morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I would request you to please put your phones on silent. Don't put it off. Just keep it on silent. We're going to start in a minute or two. Good morning and welcome back to the week Maritime Conclave 2025, the second edition, and of course, day 2. As you know, I have been your host since yesterday. My name is Anjali Utupkurian, and each one of you has made this absolutely amazing. It's so strange that one should think about their education while they're attending a conference. Being a literature student, I did find this by Samuel Taylor Coleridge, a romantic poet. His poem was called The Ancient Mariner, and after yesterday's session, I do believe this is so true for why we are here. How a ship, having passed the line, was driven by storms to the cold country towards the South Pole, and how from thence she made her course to the tropical latitude of the great Pacific Ocean, and of the strange things that befell, and in what manner he, the ancient mariner, came back to his own country. Whoever thought that this would be a premise to understand why all of us are here building, rebuilding, rethinking, and wanting Indian maritime to reach a different place. A brief sum up of what happened yesterday, in case you were not here, I hope you were, was of course the welcome address by Mr. Riyad Matthew, the Chief Associate Editor and Director of the Week in Malayalam Manorama, talking about how the shipping sector is crucial to our country and the learnings from the Maritime Conclave. We also had many panels. One, of course, the first one was with Mr. Madhu Nair, the Chairman and Managing Director of the Cochin Shipyard Limited, talking about India's economy, which probably will become $30 trillion by 2047. And by the 100th year of India's independence, that's 2047, we would have regained our place as the centerpiece of the world. We had the second address by Pradeep Jayaraman, CEO of the Adani Vizhinjam Port Private Limited, and he was talking about how 75 to 80% of India's shipping capacity is flagged from outside India, and only 2 Indian ports feature in the world's top 30. We also had a roadshow for the India Maritime Week by the IPA, and talks about the arbitration ecosystem by Naveen Kumar Singh, CEO, India International Arbitration Center. And it was a very insightful presentation on the often overlooked concept of arbitration in maritime. We also talked about shipbuilding and its challenges, which was moderated by Mr. Madhu Nair, Pankaj Chadha, Hari Krishnan S., and Captain Ankur Arora and Hariraj P. It was about bureaucratic versus autocratic. I think that was the quote of the day. Future trajectory of the Indian shipbuilding industry and the windows of opportunity. Then we had what was life-defining for me when we had Mr. Abhilash Tommy and the young girls, Dilna and Rupa, talking about their voyages across the world and what it felt for them to reach Point Nemo. It was absolutely fascinating, and I think we all needed to learn to push our boundaries a little bit more. We also spoke about ship repair, recycle, and renewal, and that was moderated, and the panelists were Rajesh Gopalakrishnan, Harish Kumar Parmar, Captain J.K. Thomas, and Subba Rao. The highlights were about India's ship repair and renewal capabilities, and the aristocratic hurdles were highlighted, and double taxation in the industry itself. Our third panel was about innovations in shipbuilding, and we spoke about artificial intelligence, blockchain, and 8 buckets of future technology. And Anjana KR also spoke about the current state of affairs over here. It was moderated by P.R. Hari, and the panelists were Rajiv Nair, Biju George, Anjana KR, Kalyanjit Hathibarua, and Kripakar Marur. The fourth panel was Modernizing India's Gateways, and the moderator was Sunil Paliwal, and Girish Thomas also highlighted detailed plans on the phase 1 and phases of the Vadhavan port. And panel 5 was Regional Prosperity Through Ports. It was moderated by Mr. Sri Kumar Nair. We had Mr. Kashi Vishwanath also talking about the Green Energy Initiative. Sunil Ayappan talked about training young women to operate. And the final session was Disaster Management and Response in the Seas, given by Captain Anuj Sahai. So we are here today for the second day of the second edition. I would like to thank Nitin very much for giving me all the highlights of yesterday, because it's been such a blur of fascination for me to learn something which I never knew anything about. Today, we're going to start our proceedings with a presentation on unlocking the last mile connectivity through waterways, the potential of inland water transportation in India, how to enhance it, and integrating waterways with ports, logistics, and the last mile of connectivity. For this, I would like to call upon Mr. A.K. Bansal, Chief Engineer, Inland Waterways Authority of India. Sir, if we could please have you on stage.
Good morning, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. The topic of my presentation is inland waterways making new strides in India. So, inland water transport sector inherently it is multimodal transportation, reduces reliance on single mode of transportation, and it supports overburdens railways and congested roadways, sharing cargo burdens, best suited for heavy and bulk cargo such as ores, overdimensional cargo, coal, fly ash, stone aggregates, liquid bulk. It also facilitates carries on vehicles through water bodies, across the water bodies through roll-on and roll-off facilities. If we compare this mode of transportation with other modes of transportation, you can see a truck can take 16 metric ton of load on the road. Rail and IWT takes around 2,000 metric ton of load in one go. And this IWT deplete around 125 trucks from the road at one time. If you take the operating cost from point to point, inland waterways have 1.2 rupees per ton per kilometer, railways has 1.4, and roadways has 2.28 rupees per ton kilometer. On fuel efficiency, 1 liter of fuel can move 105 ton on waterways, 85 tons on railways, and 24 tons on roadways. This mode of transport contribute to the nation's ambitious target for achieving net zero emissions by 2070. So, Inland Waterways Authority of India is responsible for shipping and navigation on national waterways in India. The authority was created in 1986 by an act of parliament by declaring River Ganga as National Waterway 1. In 1988, River Brahmaputra was declared as National Waterway 2. In 1993, the Kerala backwaters West Coast Canal from Kottapuram to Kollam with Champakara and Udyogmandan Canal were declared as National Waterway 3. In 2008, 2 more national waterways were declared. That is National Waterway 4, River Krishna, Godavari and Bankangim Canal, and National Waterway 5, East Coast Canal with Mahanadi. And there was a major change in 2016 when 106 national waterways were declared in one go, and making the total number of waterways 111, total length 20,000 kilometers, and spread across 23 states and 4 union territories. On the map, you can see that in 2013-14, there were only 3 operational national waterways in 6 states, and it increases from 31 operational waterways in 11 states in 24-25, and we have an ambitious target to make 76 national waterways operational by 27-28 in 11 states and in 23 states and 3 union territories. We have already developed 150 terminals, jetties on these national waterways. Every day we are doing 10,000 kilometers of longitudinal survey per month to assess the least available depth on these national waterways. On cargo side, you can see that the cargo movement on national waterways has increased in last one decade, from 18 million ton to 145 million ton at a CAGR of 20.89%. There are 6 commodities which are bulk commodities: coal, coking coal, iron ore fines, iron ore, sand, and fly ash, which constitute 70% of the total cargo movement on national waterways. IWT share in India is only 2%, though it is very less as compared to in the globe, but still it depends on the geography and the rivers present in the country and the movement over them. We have ambitious target to reach 200 million metric ton by 2030 as per MIB, and as per Amritkal vision, by 2047 we are targeting to cross 500 million metric ton on national waterways. We have also started capturing the passenger movement on national waterways, and we found the last year the passenger movement on national waterways was 77.63 million numbers. On cruise side, river cruise side, because the infrastructure created for this cargo movement on national waterways is also used for river cruise vessels. This segment was started in last one decade, and this provide opportunities for exhibiting rich cultural heritage along the river belts. Numerous heritage habitations, religious and historical sites, wildlife sanctuaries are located on river banks. River cruise tourism in India comprises high-end, long-distance, and local run cruises. If we compare, in the last one decade, the number of overnight luxury river cruise vessel has been increased from 3 to 13, and 3 to 25, and number of national waterways for operating these luxury cruises has increased from 3 to 13. As of now, there are 15 river cruise circuits operational in 13 national waterways covering 9 states. Luxury cruise vessels are manufactured indigenously. Passenger capacity ranges from 24 packs to 56 packs, and the duration ranges from 2-3 nights to 51 nights. Numerous facilities of 5-star hotels are available on these luxury cruise vessels. We have ambitious target for making 51 additional river cruise circuits on 47 national waterways by 2027. And we are now developing dedicated river cruise terminals at 7 locations. Kolkata, we have already started the construction, which will be completed by March 2026. Varanasi and Guwahati, the feasibility study has already been completed. DPR will be completed by October 2025, and construction will start soon. Then 4 more terminals on National Waterway 2, Sealghat, Vishwanath Ghat, Nimati, and Guizan. The DPR is being finalized for these, has been finalized for these 4 terminals, and construction will start soon. We have also seen that in the last year, the number of cruise voyages on national waterways has increased from 371 to 443, reflecting a growth of 19.4%. According to Forbes report, the Ganga has been included in the top 10 world best river cruises now. Viking has planned to operate river cruises in Brahmaputra by 2027 in association with Andhra Cruise. The next presentation will be on that cruise. Mr. Raj Singh will give the details. So,
river cruise tourism in India is an emerging and vibrant sector that has witnessed remarkable growth, largely due to the dedicated efforts of the Inland Waterways Authority of India, IWAI, in developing national waterways. In 2013-14, river cruise operations were limited to just 3 vessels navigating 3 national waterways. Today, with the concentrated efforts of IWAI and its continuous commitment towards strategic development, 25 river cruise vessels operate across 13 national waterways, making a significant expansion in both reach and scale. From the tranquil backwaters of Kerala to the majestic rivers like the Ganga and Brahmaputra, these waterways spread across diverse states, offering travelers a unique opportunity to explore India's rich cultural and historical heritage, as well as the scenic natural beauty of its riverbanks. To facilitate smooth and luxurious cruise experiences, IWAI has developed essential infrastructure such as navigational locks, fairways, terminals, and navigational aids. Modern terminals and jetties equipped with shoreside amenities have been established for the comfortable boarding and deboarding of passengers. Additionally, navigation aids and pilotage services ensure safe and seamless travel. The appeal of these modern, luxurious, well-appointed river cruise vessels is drawing tourists from across India and around the globe. A shining example is the Ganga Vilas, the world's longest river cruise, flagged off by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi on the 13th of January 2023. This extraordinary journey starts in Varanasi and spans 3,200 kilometers over 50 days, traveling through Bangladesh to reach Dibrugarh while traversing 27 river systems. Other popular cruise circuits, such as the Sundarbans in West Bengal, the Brahmaputra in Assam, and Alappuzha in Kerala, are also gaining momentum, with a growing number of cruise operators investing in these promising routes. Recognizing the sector's rising popularity, IWAI has laid out an ambitious plan to develop 51 new river cruise circuits across 47 national waterways by 2027. These circuits will encompass 14 states and 3 union territories, further expanding the scope of river-based tourism. As a result, river cruise tourism is fast emerging as a powerful catalyst for boosting local employment, promoting trade, and fostering regional development across India's inland waterways.
So we will come to the infrastructure which has been created on national waterways in India so far. This is one of the most prestigious projects of Inland Waterways Authority of India, Jal Marg Vikas, for capacity augmentation of National Waterway 1, Ganga Bhagirathi Hooghly system, a stretch of 1,390 kilometers, being implemented with the technical and financial support of World Bank at a cost of rupees 5,000 crore. The major component which has been completed under this project was multimodal terminals at Varanasi, Sahibganj, Haldia, and intermodal terminal at Kalughat. All are completed and operational. New navigation lock at Farakka completed, which reduces the average crossing time from 2 hours to 23 minutes. There are 11 pontoon bridges on River Ganga, which obstruct the navigation crossing of vessel and takes around 2 to 3 days for crossing a vessel through a pontoon bridges. We have to plan the activities in advance and everything has to be done. So with the support of technical support of IIT Kharagpur, we have designed one mechanical pontoon, quick opening pontoon mechanism, which will be placed in between these pontoon bridges, and it takes 3 to 5 minutes to open and close this pontoon bridge and cross the vessel. So we have already deployed this quick pontoon opening mechanism system, one in UP and one in Bihar. Another 8 are under construction and will be placed immediately in the next 1 year. Then work of modernization of existing navigation lock at Farakka, that will be completed by July 26. Ship repair facilities at Patna and Varanasi are being planned, and DPR will be completed by September 2025. This is because the vessels have to move to Kolkata for any repairs, dry dock repairs as of now, and taking a lot of time for moving the vessels from one place to other place and coming back. So, then rail connectivity are being also developed at Varanasi, Sahibganj and Haldia. DPR by October 2025 is going to be completed. And on waterway side, from end-to-end dredging, we have placed all the 10 dredging contracts on National Waterway 1 from Varanasi to Haldia. And the depth of 2.2 meter from Varanasi to Bad, and 2.5 meter from Gazipur to Bad, and 3 meter from Bad to Haldia is being maintained. Dedicated waterway corridor of 1,390 kilometers ready for seamless movement of vessels on National Waterway 1. Renus Logistic, a big company in Europe, has done his own study on National Waterway 1, National Waterway 2 and Indo-Bangladesh Protocol, and they have decided to deploy 100 barges on these waterways. By 20 of them will be deployed by end of this year. This you have already seen. The development which we have done for community on National Waterway 1 is also interesting thing.
Stretching over 1,390 kilometers from Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh to Haldia in West Bengal, National Waterway 1 on River Ganga is a lifeline for the region. Under the Jalamarg Vikas project, the Inland Waterways Authority of India has developed this vital waterway, transforming the transportation landscape. During a meeting of the Ganga Council, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi introduced the second phase of this initiative, Jalamarg Vikas Project 2, also known as Arth Ganga, with a vision to provide affordable and dependable transportation to local communities living along the banks of Ganga. As part of the Arth Ganga initiative, over 60 community jetties are being built across Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand and West Bengal, featuring amenities such as waiting rooms, drinking water facilities, toilets and ramps. These jetties empower farmers, fishermen and small traders to efficiently transport their goods to nearby markets, enhancing their accessibility and livelihoods. By bridging the gap between local communities and markets, these jetties are set to make a significant impact on the region's economic development. This groundbreaking project is transforming the lives of over 75 million people living along the river Ganga, strengthening the region's socio-economic fabric through sustainable and efficient river-based transportation.
लोग पहले अपने सामान लेके नाव से आते थे तो उनको 2 फीट 3 फीट पानी में उतर के फिर अपना सामान लेके ऊपर जाना था मार्केट में। अब जट्टी बन जाने से क्या है कि नाव इस पे जट्टी पे लग जाएगी, फिर जट्टी पे लग जाने से ना उनको भीगना है, आराम से सूखे पे चले गए, फिर ऊपर चले गए अपने मंडी में सब्जियां बेचे, पैसे लिए, फिर अपने घर के लिए चले गए।
पहले क्या था, ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म वगैरह कुछ था नहीं, तो कई बार वो बड़े एक मेकशिफ्ट अरेंजमेंट की तरह लोगों को चढ़ाया जाता था। कई बार कपड़े गीले हो जाते थे, किसी के जूते गीले हो जाते थे, तो वो सारी काफ़ी सुविधाएं होती थी। अभी एक प्रॉपर वे लगता है कि हाँ एक तरीका है जिससे आप बोर्ड कर सकते हैं, आराम से अनबोर्डिंग हो सकती है आपकी, तो आपको मतलब वो जूते हाथ में लेके चढ़ने का और पैंट ऊपर करके चढ़ने का जरूरत नहीं होता है।
Along with the main development of National Waterway 1, 2 and 3, we are also developing the infrastructure for the socio-economic development of the people residing on the banks of the river. Now we will come to National Waterway 2, which is in the northeast, lifeline of Assam people and the adjoining states in northeast. So for development of this waterway on National Waterway 2 in northeastern region, we have invested around 1,000 crores, and there is a comprehensive roadmap for investment of 5,000 crore in next 5 years. For the first time, end-to-end fairway development activities have been taken up on National Waterway 2, out of which from Bangladesh border to Pandu, around 250 kilometers, we have taken up to Dredging Corporation of India, and remaining stretch of 513 kilometers, we have taken up with 7 departmental dredgers. National Waterway 16, that is River Barak, from Bhanga to Badarpur, that has also been taken up to Dredging Corporation of India. Both these waterways are connecting the northeast to the other parts of the country through Bangladesh. And in Bangladesh portion also, we have taken up the dredging works on 80-20 basis. 80% payment is being done by Government of India and 20% by Government of Bangladesh on critical stretches which are joining the northeast with Calcutta. On National Waterway 2, we have 4 permanent terminals, Dhubri, Jogigopa, Pandu and Bogibil, and 13 floating terminals have been placed which can be provided and any other location depending upon the requirement. From northeast also, the vessel has to come to Calcutta for their major repairs, dry dock repairs. So we have also put up one ship repair facility at Pandu, which is going to be completed by March 2026. Hooghly Cochin Shipyard is developing these facilities for Inland Waterways Authority of India. Pandu Port is will be also having the dedicated approach road, which will be completed by September, by this month end. It is already in the completion stage. And on River Barak National Waterway 16, we have also developed 2 terminals, Karimganj and Badarpur, for over-dimensional cargo movement to the expansion of Numaligarh refinery. We have also taken up the dredging works of River Dhansiri on National Waterway 31. And lately, we have also operationalized River Kopili in northeast, that is NW 57, and a trial movement of cement from Star Cement Company, which is situated at Sonapur. Sonapur has been completed in the last month. So we are developing the waterways and increasing the number of waterways in northeast also and their connectivity. This is the map showing the connectivity of northeast with other part of the country through Bangladesh. A protocol between India and Bangladesh already exists, and which was applicable up to June 2025. But this protocol has been made automatic renewal after every 5 years. Now it is co-terminus with trade agreement. So still this protocol is valid, and now it is automatic renewal after 5 years with trade agreement. On this route, 10 declared routes are there on this protocol and 13 port of call in each country. So total 26 port of call are there, where the vessels of both country can call on and have their loading and unloading. A total length of 2,704 kilometers is there on these Indo-Bangladesh protocol routes. Sirajganj, Daikova stretch and Ashuganj, Zakiganj stretch are critical stretches which are connecting. So we have taken up the dredging, as I have told in my last slide, on 80-20 basis. A new route has also been on the verge of starting, that is Maya Aricha route. This route will reduce the distance of National Waterway 1 with northeast around 900 kilometers, because otherwise vessel has to go through Calcutta, Haldia, and then come back again to Pandu, Dhubri through Bangladesh. So looking at this connectivity with Bangladesh, now in the neighboring countries like Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, a new project has been conceptualized, that is Regional Waterway Grid. This will create a connectivity between all these countries through waterways as well as through roads, a multimodal mode of transportation, and it expects 32.2 million ton of cargo movement on these routes once they are developed. The major activity on this route is Jangipur Lok, for which we have already taken up the feasibility study, and which will be completed by October 2025, and we will take up that work for connecting this waterway through Jangipur Lok by reducing a distance of around 900 kilometers while connecting to other parts of the country with northeastern region. Then a new project has been taken up for inland water transportation, that is similar to Kochi Water Metro. This is called Urban Water Transport System. We have taken up the feasibility study on 18 locations across the country at various locations: Guwahati, Srinagar, Ayodhya, Prayagraj, Varanasi, Gandhinagar in Gujarat, Patna in Bihar, and Tezpur in Assam, Kolkata, Goa, Bangalore. These are the 18 cities. In phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 we have divided. And in phase 2, 2 feasibility reports has been completed giving a positive remarks, that is Srinagar and Patna. In Patna, we are shortly putting up 2 electric catamaran vessel with hybrid mode similar to Kochi Water Metro as a trial runs. And after completing the feasibility report, and then the DPR will be completed by April 2026. And we are expecting that out of these 18 cities, some of the cities will be having the potential for replicating Kochi water metro in full or partial, depending upon the geographical conditions. So this is the new project which is coming up on inland water transport sector. This will reduce the congestion on city roads and avoid the travel time. So the connectivity with ports will be the next chapter which we are taking. We know that 78% of the total traffic on national waterway is port-based, coastal-based movement. So the waterways which are connecting to the ports, which are shown in this map, we are going to develop in the next phase these waterways with the help of the agencies, ports, and the private companies who are using these waterways with due discussion with those companies. Now, we have seen the physical infrastructure which we have created on national waterways. Now, this is some regulations improvement which we have done so far to increase the movement on national waterways. One is Jalvahak scheme. This scheme has two components. One is that incentive to the cargo owners up to 30% of actual operating expenditure incurred on waterway journey on NW1, NW2, and NW16. This scheme has been launched on 15 December 2024, and the minimum distance traveled on under this scheme, which will be eligible for getting this incentive, is 300 kilometers. This scheme can be extended to other waterways depending upon the successful of this scheme. The second component of this scheme is a scheduled service on a few OD pairs on National Waterway 1 and National Waterway 2. This component we have kept because somebody has to jump into the water to start this movement on this nascent sector. So we are putting our vessels through ICSL, Inland Coastal and Shipping Company Limited, which is a subsidiary of Shipping Corporation of India, who is operating a vessel given by IWI to them. And so far we have completed successfully 13 scheduled services and moving a cargo of 10.7 million ton kilometer. So this is the latest development on regulations. And then Jal Samriddhi, the National Waterway Construction of Jetties and Terminals Regulation 2025. This regulation we have published to stimulate the private sector investment in the riverine terminals. A private company can construct their own terminal. They can operate these terminals of their own will on the national waterways, and this permission is given to the parties, to the private parties, on contractless mode. A portal called Jal Samriddhi. The company has to the potential company has to upload the documents on the portal, and we will give the permission within 30 days. The first application which we have received, we have given the permission in 7 days. As of now, 2 approvals has been given for construction of terminal digitally to the for construction of terminals on national waterways. Then central database is Jaljan and Navik. It is similar to the Vahan and Sarthi. There was no regulations for controlling the registration of vessels on national waterways, inland vessels. So we have created one nation, one registration, single window system. And these regulations have been published, and implementation has to be done by the state governments. 13 states have already onboarded and using this central database system, and onboarding of remaining states is under process. Workshops are being held. Till date, 3,238 vessel data migrated to central database and 632 crew registered. So this central database, Jaljan and Navik, is both for vessels as well as the crew to get registered, like the driver are getting license and the vessels are getting registration on roads. Then we are also collaborating with VISAC-N for an MOU has been signed to drive the digital initiative aligned with the vision of Prime Minister Gati Shakti and enabling integrated infrastructure planning and efficient project execution. And the draft DPR tool is expected to be completed by October 2025. Then there is another portal which we have created for movement of national waterways, that is Vessel Tracker and Pani Portal. E-navigation, Vessel Tracker and Pani portals for safer, smarter inland water transportation. The key feature of this tracker is that we will getting the river depth and hazard data online, route planning, a tool for shippers and operators, and it alerts for river obstruction or low draft. These are the few opportunities which are available on inland water sector. One is on fairway development for dredging of waterways, maintaining other methods. Then we have the opportunity for vessel design, manufacturing and operations of the vessels on national waterways. Then terminal and jetties which can be now constructed by the private players, and they can invest for development of inland water sector in India. Then cargo and logistics services, people can put their vessels on national waterways for movement of cargo from one place to another place, and they can also make use of our scheme which has been launched for giving 35% subsidy. And then river cruise tourism is a vibrant sector which has come up in the last decade, and number of vessels we have seen through the film that it has increased from 5 to 25. Then we have also opened few regional center of excellence. One is at Patna, another one is coming up in Dibrugarh for training of inland waterway crews. Then there are opportunities in ship repair facilities and maintenance services for ships moving on national waterways. This is what I wanted to communicate to the gathering over here, that opportunities are there on national waterways for inland water sector. It is a vibrant sector coming up very fast. Cargo is growing up very quickly. Thank you very much. So, any questions? Yeah, please.
Morning, my name is Captain Jacob Thomas. I've been in the shipping industry for many years, and I am one of the persons who started organized bunkering in Kochi. So, having heard you here, and this conclave being held in Kochi, you've hardly mentioned anything about National Waterway 3. How much are you doing for National Waterway 3? Because there are a lot of issues we face. In fact, I stopped operating here in the inland waterways because of the infrastructure issues, and I moved on to other places. And I just would like to know, how much are you doing for our waterways?
Yeah. So in National Waterway 3, there were certain issues for crossing the vessel. One is Trikunapuzha Lock, which is being developed by the government of Kerala, though the fund is being given by Inland Waterways Authority of India. They are modernizing that navigation lock for bigger vessels. Since last 2-3 years, we are after them to get this lock gate complete as soon as possible, so that this waterway can be utilized for movement of vessel. Another part was the dredging part, which we have almost completed in this national waterways, and 2.2 meter LED is available from Kotapuram to Kollam, 168 kilometer, Udyogamandar Canal and Champakara Canal. So potential is there, so much potential is there on National Waterway 3, and infrastructure is being, maybe in another 1 year, you will see that the complete change in the picture when this Trikunapuzha log gate is operational.
So there's, many years ago, I was also invited to be part of the survey team for the National Waterway 3. That was many years ago, many moons away, I'll say. And I haven't seen much happening since then. Night navigation is a big issue here. You know, we have so many bridges that you need to cross. And the people who operate the barges, they're scared that, you know, you'll run into some bridge. It's very difficult to night navigate here. And loggerheads with the fishermen, because if they have a bad net that they want to make money out of from you. All they need to do is say that you ran over my net. So there are issues here which need to be sorted out by the National Waterways Authority. So how are you dealing with that?
So you are asking about night navigation?
Yes, it's all part of the National Waterway 3. I'm talking about in National Waterway 3. Night navigation is not easy here because of the, the bridges are not lit, or you don't have lights indicating the pillars. So, what are you doing about it?
So, night navigation facilities are available on National Waterway 1, 2, and 3. Most of the parts, the vessels are plying in the late night. But for traveling the vessel throughout the night, you have to have two set of crews who is operating the vessel. However, the vessels are plying up to late night, up to 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, or even 12 o'clock, around the clock on National Waterway 1. Recently, we have done through this Jalvahak scheme, when we have done the scheduled service, the vessel has run on the river 24 hours. Though there is a difficulties on national waterways, on rivers, when moving in the night because of the shoals coming up very frequently on these rivers, as these are alluvial rivers. Nevertheless, we are doing our best to provide the night navigation facility along NW1, NW2, NW3, and wherever it is required.
Okay, thank you so much.
A simple question. Your slide shows that there are 3,238 vessels, vessels registered, 3238, whereas only 632 crew. How is this parity?
So since this portal has been developed recently, and we are having meetings with state governments because the work has to be done by the state government, implementation has to be done by them. We are continuously in consultation with these state governments. Every week, every month, we are having meetings with them and encouraging them to come on board on this portal. It will take some time, like Bahan and Sarthi, it took many years to come on board by the people. The state government, still that portal is being developed and being enhanced. So definitely the people will come. You will see the result in coming few years.
Thanks for your nice presentation. My name is Dr. K. A. Simon, representing Albert's Maritime Institute, Kochi. My question is with regards to the manning of these vessels. How is the manning, how is this certification of these people who are manning these vessels? And how are they being trained, to be very precise? Thank you.
Yeah, so that is what I have told in my presentation. We have an institution at Patna that is called NINI, and a similar regional center of excellence are being planned. One is at Dibrugarh shortly coming up, and we have planning to develop another 8 locations, such locations. At presently, these crews are being qualified by MMD at Kolkata and NINI also. And the training is also being imparted to the freshers as well as the experienced crew at NINI Patna as well as in Guwahati. We have one Maritime Skill Development Center at Guwahati, which is providing the training to the crew of the northeastern region, and for other part of the country, in NINI, we are giving the training. And after that, these vessels, they were given the physical training on the inland vessel, and then they are eligible to sail the vessel.
MMD is meant for ocean-going ships and not for inland craft.
Pardon?
MMD is a certification body for ocean-going ships.
Yeah, that is what this survey department of Government of West Bengal and survey department of Government of Assam, they are issuing the certificate. Even NINI is also issuing the certificate for the inland vessel crew.
Thank you, Mr. Bensal. My name is Dr. C. Unnikrishnan, formerly with the Port Trust. Very comprehensive presentation, and thank you for the update. Personally, I know that I wish to inform the House that your personal contribution in creating the first RoRo connecting our Wellington Island with Vallarpadam. So when the container trucks were coming and we had to shift the container terminal from Wellington Island to Vallarpadam, the entire set of trucks, 1,000 trucks per day, had to cut across the city and go to Vallarpadam through Vaitila, through Edappalli, through Palari Vattam, etc. So at that time, there was this innovative arrangement that trucks would come to Wellington Island and then go over to the Vallarpadam by a RoRo, about 20 trucks in one barge. So that was a great innovation, and put up the Planning Commission gave us 14 crores, and your personal contribution in that project, I wish to acknowledge at this moment. At that time, you were an assistant director in the project. The second part of his question, you were talking about a quick pontoon opening mechanism. Could you highlight that? Could you elaborate that?
Yeah. So on the first part, I know Mr. Unnikrishnan since 2011 when this Wellington and Bolgatti connection was came up. Cochin Porters has given the land and we have invested the construction cost, and that two terminals came up in a period of I think 1 year, and it was commissioned in 2012 or 2013, cutting across 29 kilometers city distance to 3.5 kilometers through the water body. So that is the first part. Second part is the quick opening pontoon mechanism. We have developed recently, and on trial basis we have already put two pontoon, such pontoons. These are the pontoons. The pontoon is just cutting across the river. So because it is touching the river, so vessel movement is obstructed. So in one part, around 40 meter, we have 40 meter length. That pontoon has been developed, which is mechanically operated and opened and closed. So one portion of the pontoon, I have a film, but time is not permitting. I will give you separately. That pontoon get opened and the vessel can cross. So this we have developed recently with IIT Kharagpur, and these pontoons are very much efficient to reduce the crossing time and without disturbing the movement of the vessel, people who are crossing the river at that particular location. So these pontoons are so much lucrative that these during the lean season, these pontoons are acting as pontoon bridges, and in the flood season, when the flood in the river is very high, then these pontoon bridges cannot sustain these pontoon quick opening pontoon mechanism which we have created. This will act as a cross ferry. So that we have also tested recently, and a lot of interest has been shown by the people. So we are now planning to replace all the 11 pontoon bridges which are on National Waterway 1, River Ganga, with this quick opening pontoon mechanism.
I think I resemble a police officer in a sari because I'm the timekeeper for today. Thank you for being a fabulous audience. And now I'd like to call upon Tanu Kapoor, the social media coordinator of the week, to please hand over a token of our appreciation, a memento for the Week Maritime Summit 2025. For all the people who are For all of you who are sitting at the back, or everyone below 35 at least, do follow us at @theweek_magazine for the latest updates. We're also live on YouTube, and I will talk to you about that shortly. But in the meantime, I would like to call upon Mr. Raj Singh, Chairman, Antra Cruises, to talk to us and give his presentation.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the week and the organizers for inviting me to talk on cruise tourism on India And thank you for being here, all of you, to listen to us. Now, one of the things when we talk of cruise tourism, what does it come to your mind? It comes to your mind a big ship going in the ocean. That is what it is. So when you think of that, that is what it is. But then cruise tourism is more than seagoing ships. And there is seagoing ships is one aspect of it, and the other aspect of it is river cruise tourism. These are two separate things all over the world, whether it's in Europe, of course, there are great rivers of Seine, Rhine, Danube, the ones in Portugal. So there's a very vibrant river cruise tourism, which is moving ahead. Similarly, of course, most of us are aware of Egypt, Nile. I mean, the Agatha Christie, Murder on the Nile. I mean, the Egyptians have actually gone way ahead. Does anyone know? I was in Egypt in May. There are 400 river cruise ships on the Nile. They have evolved their own industry. There's a whole culture of shipbuilding, operating. And it is something, of course, Egypt, as everyone knows, Nile is the lifeline of Egypt. So all the great monuments of Egypt, whether it's the great temples of Luxor, Valley of the Kings, they are all along the Nile. So river cruise tourism is another very important sector. Not only there, but of course, go into Southeast Asia, Mekong, Vietnam, and Cambodia, the great temples of Angkor Wat. So there are China, Yangtze, the Three Gorges Dam. So it's all there. So as long as, but most of us here actually are aware of sea cruise tourism. So I want to kind of emphasize that there is another aspect of tourism, cruise tourism, which is the river cruise tourism. And on this map, you can see two of those river ships, two of the types of ships. Below, you can see a big seagoing ship. And on top of it is, of course, a river cruise ship. The reason I have kept the river cruise ship, it's the river cruise called Ganga Vilas. The one which was conceptualized in India, built in India, and which we operated all the way from Varanasi, Mr. Bansal has talked to you about, which did the world record. Initially, when we were planning this cruise, no one believed in it, it could be done. Can you believe thinking going from Varanasi to all the way to Dibrugarh, through Bangladesh? The concept of joining the two areas of India. Anyway, we'll talk about it later. So talking about cruise tourism, these are the kind of, because river cruise tourism, sea cruise tourism. Let's go to sea cruise tourism. When we say, look at our ports, these are some of the ports we have. We have a very good, rich culture and ports, and there's a government, of course, effort to promote all these different ports, all the way from Gujarat to Calcutta. But again, when you say of sea cruise tourism, I would say still there are two things. There are ships which come from the Middle East. They'll touch Bombay, Goa, Cochin, and then go by Sri Lanka to Southeast Asia, or reverse. So these are the ships which are kind of en route, stopping at 3-4 ports within India. They're not actually what we call really Indian ships. They are going to the Indian ports. What we need is a separate thing called coastal cruises. Now, when I say of coastal cruises, that's something which is the future. That's how we have to develop it. That's how, and we have to do it. No one from outside is going to come to develop coastal cruising. Any of the international companies, they're just interested, of course, they'll have to go for economy is the main thing, whether they can sustain it or not. But really, what we need to think about is India, when you say of cruise tourism, coastal cruises, starting all the way from Gujarat, going around India, and then ending up in Calcutta. So that is how we have to perceive and see the thing. Going forward, these are some of the basics. Let's go into what it is. I mean, with our coastlines, how do we fare compared to what we are doing and what is being done in the world. I mean, if you really see, our targets are very nothing compared to what the world is doing. Presently, we have got 25, there were 37 million sea cruise passengers which were there. How much do we have? So it's something which is kind of limited. The revenue itself is expected to be about 36 billion by 2030. Of course, within Asia, China again, like the cargo, is the one which is way ahead of everyone because they have the ports, they have the infrastructure, they also have the passengers, domestic, who are traveling on the ships itself. So this is what gives you an idea of where we are, where the world is. So how do we do it? Basically, we have to kind of go ahead to move ahead. Also, interestingly, we are developing terminals on all the, what is the world doing? They are developing hubs. What we need to do is think ahead. And thinking ahead would mean that Bombay or any of the other ports need not be just the terminals. They should be the hubs where the ships can be there. And that is what is going to give us the revenue. That is what is going to make sea cruise tourism viable for these transient ships to come and go. So if at least one or two hubs are developed on large ports, that would be a way to move ahead, in my opinion. Terminals are good. We need to have terminals. That's a basic thing. But we need to think ahead into form of hubs, as many of the other countries are already doing it. Coming to the rivers, of course, as I said, that we started river cruise tourism about 20 years earlier. And of course, it was quite challenging because Ganga, in 2009, when I did my first cruise from Calcutta to Varanasi, no one believed over 100 years that that was the first actual cruise. And people said, well, can you actually cruise in Ganga? There's no water. What are you going to do about pollution? So there was a lot of misconceptions. But out of that, we kind of moved ahead. So I'm going to now tell you a little bit more about river tourism because that's something which we've been doing, how it has evolved, how it has developed, and where we are headed towards in that, Oh, this is just a journey about the company, how we started and all. Again, these are all the different kind of ships presently which we operate in different rivers. And if you can see, most of the ships are different. They're all made in India. That's the beauty of it. And they're locally manned. And so all this is, and the clients we have, we are competing with the world. When we are making them, we had to make them compatible, whether it's Europe, Southeast Asia, or Egypt. So we have to be in that condition. So all these ships have been built keeping in mind the things. So you can see the ships which are already running and the upcoming. And in the upcoming fleets, we have these new ships which are being made by the Hooghly Kochi yard and which will be the state-of-the-art art like the European ships, which we are building together with Viking. They are collaborating with us. So we are actually making for them, operating them. Basically, this is how it is. And the ships are not always large. There would be like 40 cabins, 30 cabins, or there could be 2 cabins, like in Orissa. These are catamarans, which go into the beautiful Bhitarkanika National Park. So different ships, different rivers have different characters. And each river then needs a different kind of ship to fit that and to be able to operate. This is the route map of where we are actually operating, mainly at present. And of course, as you can see, the iconic is, of course, National Waterway number 1, which is from Varanasi to all the way Calcutta. Then from Calcutta, you go through Bangladesh and go through into Assam and up to Dibrugarh. This is the longest river cruise, Mr. Bansal, which we conceptualized. and built the ship, conceptualized, got the clients, it's operating. So it was not one of a thing. It's still operating, it operates, and it's very much subscribed because of unique. So it may be 51 days, but there are people who want to travel and you see the country in a very different light. So these are the 3 waterways at present where we are operating. The 4th waterway down is the Brahmani River in Orissa. So these are the 4 waterways or systems we are operating. Of course, with this, most of the states want to actually do something with the waterways. Whether it's Kashmir with the Ministry of Shipping, IWI, with Mr. Bansal, we had gone there and sought to check the possibilities. Can we sail from Srinagar to Polar Lake on the Jhelum? Of course, we did the surveys and all. And of course, it may not be possible fully, but partly, yes, it's possible. So there are potentials in other rivers also. Again, the ships which will need to be built would be different. Similarly, in rivers in South India, one of the great things is that all the way from the entire waterways of Kerala can be navigable. Of course, rather than being in the Alleppey itself, the pond, as I call it, you could actually do a wonderful cruise for 5 or 6 days from north to south. But that's where the government of Kerala will need to kind of get into the act and to do the needful. So these things can be possible, but they are possible. But again, for that, they'll have to make effort because you have got low bridges. So there are certain adjustments which would need to be make it viable, say in Kerala, even in Andhra, on the rivers. We are actually in the process looking at the possibilities of operating cruises on the Buckingham Canal. Now, it's a challenge. It will not be easy. But we had a meeting with the Chief Minister. We said, look, open the Buckingham Canal. Wonderful waterway. It was built by the British. And it needs to be rejuvenated. So there are waterways, because of river cruise tourism, which are being opened. The most important thing about river cruise tourism is, what I feel is, that it will keep our rivers alive in certain way. You need a minimum flow of water, actually, to cruise or for a river to sustain. And when we operate on rivers like Brahmaputra or the Ganga and that sort of thing, if there is a shortage of water, if not is there, we say, the water flow is not coming, what is happening? So it keeps the government, it keeps the authorities, it keeps the local population, because they are also involved in certain aspects. When we do river cruise tourism, they have a benefit. We use all the local resources. All our crew is local. They are from the village around the Ganga or the Brahmaputra. And we use the local transport. So when they go to these remote areas, the concept of Earth Ganga, which our Prime Minister has said, becomes very true with river cruise tourism, because you are going to these remote areas, villages. You go to craftsmen's villages. You go to places which are not visited by tourists, which are not accessible. So they are benefiting. There's a village called Matiari, which is a village which is totally, everyone makes brass things there. You go there, they work in the mornings, and people go see the things in the homes, and they are able to expose to the artists directly. They go to villages where wonderful textiles are made, and people can actually interact with the artists and get whatever they want. And so there is an exposure, there's a financial benefit also to the locals. And so there is a certain involvement at all the places in these remote areas. Now we have these Toyotas or electric rickshaws. So buses are not used for sightseeing or anything. We use them. So there is involvement of locals in the activity, so they are benefiting from it directly or indirectly. So this is the operational map of the areas where we operate. And of course, I've told you about one of our iconic ships, which is in the world records and all, Ganga Vilas, which is the 3,200 kilometers, 51-day journey. I was there. It was one of the most enlightening things at each place. Imagine in Assam, near Dibrugarh, villages coming saying, you've come from Varanasi. We are connected to India. That was the feeling, of the locals and villages, yes, we are part of India. It's not only air, road, but even rivers can be connected. So there were places like that, and there was that feeling, and that's what was the most important experience of going. Of course, the ship has been there, and the other thing is that these are some of the iconic places which were visited by Ganga Vilas. There are other ships, other areas, for example, from Calcutta to Murshidabad. This is one of the ships which does that. Bansal Saab mentioned about Forbes magazine. This cruise was the one which was picked by the Forbes magazine, which put Ganga among the top river cruising rivers in the world. That is what the quality. And you can see even the interiors, everything has been done here. So we have the expertise, technical and otherwise, to do the things. We don't have to be dependent on anyone from outside. We can do it ourselves. And we have done it. That's what it is. This is just some of the interiors to give you an idea of the quality and the places. There are other ships also which go to Sundarbans, the tiger reserves. The Sundarbans is, of course, is the largest mangrove forest. But again, interacting with the locals there, they collect honey. They have certain local produce which is utilized and exposed here. Odisha, this is Brahmani river systems. And these are the catamarans actually which are suitable for this waterway. It's the only waterway actually in India, perhaps in the world, where you can actually go inside the national park, stay there, see the beautiful mangroves, and be there and be comfortable there. So we are into that position of actually very exclusive products. So and going inside where everyone is exposed to these things. Of course, this is Bhitarkanika, the national park in Odisha. Some of you may not be even aware, this is the single largest place to see what we call the estuarian crocodiles. It's also the area where olive ridley turtles breed there, the largest, So and it's the second largest mangrove forest. So there are these areas which are remote, but which are important to preserve. And what we do is by going there, by limiting that sort of situation, we can see those beautiful animals, but also be guardians for the future. Because if there is something not correct, we are the first ones to tell the forest department, that area, something is wrong, please go and see. Because they may not be able to. We kind of indirectly patrol those areas which are remote to otherwise go there, There is a lot of potential, as Mr. Bansal has said, about river cruise tourism. And this is some of the, give you an idea of what we have in mind as an expansion. We have already placed sort of orders for the first two ships with Hooghly Kochi Yard, which are under construction, which we are doing for Viking. But we have a plan to expand. The other thing which is there is that our goal, whenever anyone comes to us from international organizations, we have a lot of friends and all, and they say, hey, we would want to do this. And we say, sure, but one of our conditions is we will make it in India. We have done that. There are always suggestions, let's get one from Vietnam. There are ships there, it's cheaper, easier, and imported. And I said, no, let's wait for 2 years. Let's make things here in India. And it's with that thing that we have actually continued that. It's in that series that we do have plans to build a coastal ship which will operate all the way from Calcutta to Gujarat, which will do a 3-week journey. So there are these things which are there in the future which we are working on. And there is a whole concept and everything is there. Of course, this is something I've already talked about. The other thing is that we do talk of sustainability, of various other things. We always keep that in mind. Not only sustainable, how to keep our rivers pristine. There are systems which we have in place already on our ships. So all our ships can be actually compared with the European ships, and when it comes to quality, sustainability. And I'll tell you an interesting example. When we operated the first, the longest river cruise, the Ganga Vilas, we go through the Ganga. There are wonderful endemic species of dolphins in the rivers. The Gangetic dolphin, Tatanista gangetica. Now, Ganges dolphins, so when you go through the rivers, they're never affected in that sort of situation. But we have something called a dolphin diffuser. So there is a device which is fixed to the ship, and it keeps everything away. It's already there. However, people in UK did not know, and so some so-called experts wrote a big article saying, "My God, this ship is going to disturb all the dolphins," because nothing happens. But we do have systems in place already that these things, our ships don't affect any of the ecosystems, wildlife, and they leave the environment as it is. It doesn't. So the important thing is, as river cruise tourism develops, we have discussions with various states, and one of the things which I always say to them, let's make a clean policy. These are the basic things which need to be there before you start doing in any, because you have to have those basics to keep our rivers clean in order to move forward, in order to sustain, in order to be long-term. We don't want to repeat the same mistake which happened in Kerala of too many houseboats. How to control that? That should not happen in other rivers. So we keep an eye on that. And of course, Kerala is doing a great job of course rectifying whatever happens in their ecosystem and all. But that's how we have to move forward to keep everything clean in our rivers. Of course, I've talked about socio-economic developments and other things. Of course, we contribute a lot here and there. There are green initiatives also. So all these things are taken into consideration when we are planning new ships or the old ones which we have done. Sustainability, green initiatives, all these things are, ecosystems are very, very important for the company or for me personally. My whole background is in, actually in conservation on the birds and animals. I spent 20 years traveling all over India to look at the birds and animals, publishing 3 books. So environment is very, very important. Sustainability is important personally, and when it's important to me as the managing director, certainly it goes down there, and that's what we do all the time. That's all I have to say about river cruise tourism or cruise tourism as general. Thank you very much. If there is any quick question or something, I'll be more than happy to answer that. Yes.
My name is Raju Mohan, working in Cochin Shipyard Limited. So as part of your expansion plans, you have shown some 7 vessels, 2 of which are supposed to operate in Kerala.
Yes.
By 2032.
Yes.
Have you entered into contract with some of our shipyards?
Actually, my journey into Kerala for cruises began in 2027. Since 2027, I've been talking to Kochi shipyard. Actually, we evolved, developed, made a plan, did the extensive surveys. Everything was there. And when we were ready to move forward, then COVID came. And so everything just went kind of in the background. When COVID actually ended, our priorities changed. We had Ganga Vilas because it was there, had to move ahead. It's a different thing. And now we're making those ships for the Brahmaputra. The other thing is that making the ships is one aspect of it. The second, the most important aspect of the whole operation is, of course, to operate it well as well. And then to make sure that you have enough people to make it as a successful business. So there are 3 different aspects. So what we try to do is, like, we're building these ships. These ships, you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. Brahmaputra ships, 2 ships, they're actually sold out for the next 10 years. There are no bookings available. That's how we work. That's what makes our model successful. So anything you do, you have to see whether it's commercially viable. Yes, we have already done the whole thing. We have worked on it for 5 years. We've been working. We've entered contracts. And we are assured of returns. So it's in the same way for Kochi, for Goa, for here. We will do it.
So what is the route that you are planning for Kerala?
I've actually personally done, before the COVID, I had done it. Our idea was to start from near the airport. There's a low bridge there. I don't remember the name of the place. From there, come to Kochi. From here, go through go into the Alapi, and then further up to Kollam, to near Trivandrum, that side. This was it. So it was about 6 days of cruises. We had, in fact, keeping in mind, and that was Kochi shipyard. Actually, they've got the full designs and everything. So we had worked very diligently. We have our own technical department, which does the thing, how to avoid the bridges, what should be the height, but also how to make it sustainable and ecologically viable. So we do have plans for that. And after the Brahmaputra project, we are actually, the Ganges project, which we have, will be finalized in the next 2 months, 3 months. We'll move ahead on that. And then comes Kochi. So it has to be one after the other to make it economically viable. That's the key. So we do have plans for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I would just wanted to add one thing to Raj Singh's presentation. This Ganga Vilas has got a place in Limca Book of Records, which was a joint effort of Inland Waterways Authority of India and his company, Heritage River Cruise Journey, under the guidance of our Honorable Minister Port Shipping and Waters, Mr. Sarbananda Sonowal, who has guided and who has told us to do this. And this river cruise journey was around 27 rivers and 40 places it has covered. So that is one thing. Another thing that we have to work together for river cruise tourism, government as well as the private entities, hand in hand, their requirement, because we are creating the waterways for their use. We are creating the terminal for their use. So for each and every discussions, they are the part of IWAI team for creating infrastructure, for creating terminals, for creating fairways and type of things which they require. So that is one thing. And now he is also coming up with this coastal river cruise, coastal cruise. So we are expecting that soon he will announce and make it more earlier so that we can also become a part of that river cruise.
Thank you, Bansal sir. So we have this vision.
The last question. My name is Krishnan. I am a marine engineer, retired from Cochin Shipyard. You said you are interested in connecting to the Kerala waters. And the idea what you propose is very good, and it is always thought about much earlier. And it can reduce the cost, we can reduce the carbon footprint, all those things are there. But in Kerala now, when you come down to our rivers, you will see a lot of this floating, what do you call it in English? Some plants, hyphen plants, you know that.
Yes, yes, the water hyacinth at some places.
Hazard here. And then how do you going to overcome this hazard?
That's one thing, yes, we do. As I said, we did 2017-18, we knew about water hyacinth, you know, and that sort of thing coming at certain places. Certainly, there are always ways and means. I don't have a definite answer, but certainly we'll find some kind of a solution to it, because there are solutions which are good, which are viable. So it's just a matter of actually putting your mind and practically looking at it. So it's definitely, the rest that any project which I do, I personally go through right from the beginning, you know, the route, the areas, the building and all. So that's how it is. And the same thing is here, as Mr. Bansal was saying about Ganga Vilas. Of course, we built the ships and everything, but it was IWAI who made it possible for us to operate it flawlessly. I mean, 3,200, 2 countries, 5 states, and we are doing it. So we are partnering, and IWAI, Ministry of Shipping is totally, I mean, they're building infrastructure, they're giving all the facilities, and they're partners with us in that. So, of course, for Kerala, I do have the water hyacinth in mind. Yes, it's there.
No, what I think, I have seen somewhere, in Indonesia somewhere, they are doing this, collecting this. There's a mechanism they have made to collect this and convert it into some sort of some other materials. However, it is not introduced in the Kerala or in India so far. This is somewhere you can do probably something. You go to deeper into it, you may get a solution.
Yeah, I think it's something which the state government,
Thank you.
IWI together jointly, and us, including even the boat operators, should think jointly. Jointly, it can't be one organization or so. So it would be the state government, central government, and the stakeholders together to find a solution to the water hyacinth. Water hyacinth itself is an exotic which was introduced and has taken over the freshwater bodies and all. So it's only where there is fresh water. It can't survive in brackish water. So that's a problem, but there would be solutions to it. Well, thank you so much for listening to me. Wonderful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raj Saab, for that. And now I'd like to call upon Mr. Umantarakan, Senior General Manager, Marketing the Week, to please hand over the memento.
You know this wonderful lady here, her mother, we did a, when we, in Hooghly, we did a cruise, singing on the Ganges, where we had Shujat Khan, her mother, so the best known classical singers who came, who stayed on the ship, and the ship sailed. Imagine sailing, quietly gliding in the waters of the Ganga, and the singers just singing there on the deck. It was phenomenal. And so her mother was one of the great singers there who made the thing right. Thank you. Thank you.
We're live right now on YouTube, so please follow us on The Week and also on Instagram at @theweek_magazine. I'd like to call upon our next speaker, Nishchit K. John, Managing Director, Neoclassic Cruise and Tours, to deliver the next presentation on cruise tourism in Kerala. This session will not have any question and answers because a lot of people who are dying to have some coffee and tea and some hot samosas. So I cannot allow you to ask questions after this session.
Hi, good morning everyone. Today I am here to present on Kerala's cruise tourism and the way forward for our company towards Vision Bharat 2030. Kerala is a leading premier cruise tourism destination. In Vision 2030, 33% of Indian cruise tourism market with 285 crores annual revenue with 30 lakh visitors per year. We are targeting for that. Infrastructure milestone. 12 operational cruise ports are there, and Vizhinjam and Cochin will be functioning very soon in very high power. In Kerala's India Emerging Cruise Tourism Map, current market is 12,144, and we are targeting 2030 to 28,382, 15.1% growth annual. Kerala is very rich. We have 590 kilometers of stunning coast offering diverse cruise experience from beaches to fishing villages. Backwaters. In Cochin, 900 kilometers are interconnected waterways, creating a unique island cruise opportunity to unavailable elsewhere in India. Port infrastructure, 7 operational major ports. And we have 700 plus houseboats are in Kochi. Viഴിഞ്ഞം, 793 crore investment, phase 1, 7,963 crores investment. And in Cochin, Port Sagarmalika terminal, 2,200 crores potential. Kerala Maritime, 450 crore allocation, developments of 17 minor ports and integrated cruise circuit connecting backwaters to coastal destination. Kerala Initiative, New Cruise Tourism Policy 2025, 7 port integrated circuit development, single window clearance system, environmental compliance framework, central government support, that is Mission, Cruise Bharat Vision, 3,975 crores, target 25 lakh passenger by 2029. Tax incentive for the operators, simplified visa procedures is granted by central government. Connecting India to global tourism network, Middle East India Circuit, Southeast Asia connection, Maldives Kerala route, luxury cruise, cultural tourism, corporate events, educational cruise. International connectivity multiples Kerala's market potential, with regional circuits positioning Kerala a home port for international operators targeting diverse market segments. Creating 50,000 plus jobs across maritime value chain. Direct employment, cruise operation, 50,000 jobs. Port service, 8,000 jobs. Hospitality, 12,000. Transportation, 6,000 jobs. Economics multiplier effect. Every 1 crore in cruise revenue generate 2.8 crores total economic activity. Foreign exchange, 180 crores annual by 2030. Annually by 2030. Leading India's sustainable cruise tourism development. Green certification is the must. Mandatory program for all operators with bio-toilet requirement for backwaters operation. Innovation focus, electric vessel, pilots, solar powered, charging station and sustainable construction material. Waste management, comprehensive system for all ports with carbon offset program, regulatory complement. About us, neoclassic. I am proudly to stand. In 2003, I started my career as a representative. Then I started to take a rented boat in Cochin, and I have built 6 boats by myself only, and I am operating with very successfully. I am proud to tell that we are done DG shipping conferences in our cruise, and lot of marriages, functions, and lot of things we have done, and party vessels we are. Now our journey started in 2000 in a rented boat, 2010 expanded fleet for 3 vessels, 2017 private limited, we become private limited, and 2020 we started construction of this classic Imperial 50-meter IRS class vessel, and for that we taken land from Cochin Port lease, and we made all infrastructure to make this vessel as practical, because no banks or government is supported us. But I have a vision I have to do in my Cochin. That is my vision. Now my vision is to target India. This vessel, I go and speak when Gadkari was shipping minister. He tell me and Jitu to focus in cruise tourism. With the grace of God, we started the construction, and unfortunately COVID came. I thought that I will die, but God has never be allowed. But we finished this vessel, and this vessel was inaugurated by Gadkari ji with the support of shipping minister Sonowal. And this is the vessel with 50-meter IRS class vessel, and this is without any pillar, full glass view. Everybody, I think that few of only people has visited our vessel. If you time permits, you have to visit our vessel. And we spent around 1.5 crore rupees for the sound system. Mayor is the brand, and all the events, what you want, all things will be there. If A.R. Rahman is coming to our vessel, he don't tell to change the sound system. That is also we put in the COVID time. You know that all steel's value, some of the shipbuilders knows that 50 rupees steel come to 100 rupees. How we can stop? We have taken the port rent land in lease and we constructed. And everybody can achieve this. If we have a vision and we have a power, definitely we can work. Thank you for we to give this opportunity, because I'm getting the first time to present this thing. I'm not sure that I'm telling correct or not. Hospitality excellence, safety first, environmental responsibility, cultural integration, long-term sustainability. This is our sixth vessel. This is built by myself only, and my company built this one. For that, we take a land in lease and we start. Because when we are going to a shipyard or where everybody wants 50% or 60% advance. I don't have money and bank is not supported us. So we are done with our money, what we are earned. 50-meter IRS seagoing vessel. This is the things, 50 meter width, 11 meter. Engine 2325 HP. And now I am handovering this to Mr. Jitu. We want to tell a little bit about Jitu. Jitu Sukumaran Nair, Vice President of Ultra Deep Subsea, Singapore, and Chief Consultant for leading shipyard including T. Mariotti, Italian Navy, Hindustan Shipyard, Ministry of Defense, Titagar Shipbuilding, and Asian Energy Service Limited. Now we are planning cruise to ship. That is our aim, and Jitu will explain about this.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jitu Sukumaran Nair. I am ex-Chief Consultant, Hindustan Shipyard. Currently, I work closely with T. Mariotti, Italy, which is owned by Fincantieri Group, which is one of the biggest cruise ship manufacturing in the world. So I work closely with my close friend, Nishijit John, from almost more than 5 years with his IRS class vessel. So his vision is to enhance the cruise capability from Kerala to all over Indian cruise tourism and, expanding globally. So we have been working together for the last 3 years with a small size and medium size cruise. So I would just go through some of the presentation which we were doing. So what we are doing is the integration of the global cruise industry resources, which we are bringing to India. So starting from design, classification society, Indian shipyard who will build the ship, and then the international designers, the transfer of technology, and the supply chain. So today, Neoclassic is working on a small and medium class cruise. So one is a 300 passenger, ultra luxury, something called boutique cruiser, which we are working for the last 36 months. So the basic design is already completed. You can see it's a very unique design. So when I started designing this, we wanted to be a very, very unique design. So I called myself it as Ferrari of the Seas. It took almost 12 months to design this ship, the basic design. Now, coming to the sustainability of cruise design. So we have integrated LNG, 30 megawatt of batteries. So the vessel can cruise 12 hours just on batteries. And then you have almost 3 days of LNG. Now coming to Kerala as a home port, you have immense LNG availability. So LNG as a primary fuel, you have battery backup, 30 megawatt of batteries, and you have diesel as the normal fuel. Yeah, these are some of the technical parameters. Now again, coming to the cruise construction, most important is the weight of the ship, reducing the weight of the ship, carrying more passengers. So steel and aluminum is a combined construction of this ship. This is a 500 passenger cruise ship, which we are again working on from Kerala, traveling across India and to the Middle East, as well as to the Southeast Asia. So Neoclassic aims to own and operate luxury cruise ship of 500 GT, which is already owning a classic imperial ship, to 37,000 GT in the next 10 years. So achieve a market of 20-30% of cruise tourism in India, operate leading cruise routes in India, collaborate with large state-owned enterprises to create international cruise technology. Some of the basic parameters of the ship, 3D modeling. So we are in a very advanced stage with the interior design. So whatever you see in the pics is the final interior design of public spaces, some recreational spaces, cabins, suites. So the operational route planning. So Neoclassic Cruise is based in Kochi, headquartered in Kochi. So, a homegrown company from year 2000. So you can see the leading routes from Lakshadweep, Goa, Mumbai, all the Indian routes to Sri Lanka, Middle East, it will cover to UAE, and then to Southeast Asia, up to Japan. Thanks to Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Kerala Tourism, Ministry of Tourism. So Indian tourism market, a great and a huge opportunity for cruise market, and then developing a design, building in India. This hopefully will be the first time to have a medium luxury cruise in India. I'm just giving you a case study. I lived in China for almost 7 years in the shipbuilding sector. So 2018, Chinese government decided to develop and to go the cruise tourism in a big way. The first step they took was, a joint venture with Fincantieri Italy with an investment of $1.5 billion, developing 2 cruise ships of 5,000 passengers. So 2018 signed, 2023, the first ship delivered Adora Magic City. So 6 years, transfer of technology, the collaboration, joint venture, technology transfer, the shipyard built one of the biggest cruise ship in China. So the market focus, strategic importance. So with this, more than 10,000 jobs created in China, the supply chain was created, transfer of technology, building one of the latest cruise ship in the world. So with the Vision 30 and Bharat Cruise Mission, we hope we will also lead the cruise market in India as well. So just the conclusion is India's cruise tourism is starting a promise course, tapping into vast and diverse network into the coastlines, giving a good travel experience. With major initiatives like Cruise Bharat Mission and Maritime India Vision 2030, government is laying a robust foundation India as a global cruise destination. From the tranquil backwaters of Kerala to majestic Ganga and the premise stretches of the Yamuna and Brahmaputra, cruise tourism is not only unlocking economic potential, but also enabling inclusive growth by creating jobs and boosting local economies. As infrastructure develops and awareness grows, cruise tourism is set to become a defining of India's travel and tourism landscape, inviting the world to rediscover India. I thank WEEK and the Ministry of Ports for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, WEEK, Manorama, and the sponsors, and who was sitting here. Thank you once again. This is the first time I'm getting this opportunity. Thank you, WEEK, once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think your presentation was lovely, crisp, and the best part for me that it was exactly less than the time frame I had given them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to call upon Joe Varki, the Deputy General Manager, Malayalam Manorama, to please come up and give a token of our appreciation, after which we break for an exactly 10-minute tea break, and we see you back in the hall, because we've got a few more sessions, we have to break for lunch, and our Honorable Minister will be here as well. We're live on YouTube. You could follow us there on The Week Magazine and, of course, on Instagram at TheWeek_magazine. All the events are being highlighted and we are going live. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes for the next session. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope your chai, coffee, and samosas were good. And we're back for the next session post our tea coffee break. We start our session with a presentation on the Kochi Water Metro, something that I've used and extremely proud of. It's state of the art and it's absolutely wonderful. And we have our Chief Operating Officer of the Kochi Water Metro Limited, Sergeant P. John. May I have you on stage, sir? There will be no question and answers because we're running short of time and we have a minister coming to be with us this afternoon. So please bear with me. Over to sir.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. We are short of time, I feel, so let me go straight into the presentation. So, presentation is about Kochi Water Metro as a climate resilient alternative. This is a beautiful island of Kadamakudi. So, recently it has come in the main news and all. So beautiful about Kochi. So we would like to see Kochi as like Kadamakudi maybe, but this is another side of Kochi. So this is a problem. So what is the problem? Actually, it is not just about wasting time on the roads. It is about pollution. When we see a global energy end use, transport is taking around 26% of energy usage. Pollution is almost in proportion to this. So we have to arrive on the solutions. That is where Water Metro plays an important role. So for Kochi, actually we identified different modes of transport like say metro train or city bus or auto rickshaws. We have different feeder buses, boat services, everything were there, though boat services are in very limited. But individually, none of this make a solution. So there, we wanted to make a seamless transportation for Kochi. We want to make an integration. That is where this project has conceived. On the right hand side, you can see an integrated map of Kochi, where metro rail is there. The dotted lines show water metro. So it is connecting the city to different islands and other things. Let us look back. In this is a picture of Ernakulam market in 1950. So maybe if you are aware of Ernakulam market condition, now the situation, it is pathetic. So we would say an efficient transport system is a key to economic progress. So take water transport as an alternative. This is where the water metro concept has come up. If we see the past into the history, in 1900s, more than 90% of transport in India used waterways, but now the market share is less than 3%. So there is a tremendous potential. We have to tap it. In Kochi, we wanted to reinvent urban water transport system. Actually, the island agglomeration, traditionally these were connected to mainland by water transport systems only. Boats were plying. If you take the islands, say Waipin or other islands, every island was connected to the mainland through water transport system only. But when definitely when roads, railways, everything developed, bridges developed, that share has drastically came down. But still, islanders were depending on the mainland for everything. From health to education to job, trade, everything they were depending on the mainland. The congested roads in city traffic is so pathetic. It has average speed on the road is around 20 kilometers per hour. So that is when water metro, that concept has come up as an alternative with the main objective of socio-economic development of the island population. Then when we talk about that pollution and other things, of course, public transport system is one of the solution. So we have to win back commuters back to the public transport system. So how to win back them to the public transport system? You have to give them the luxury of their present travel, the convenience of their present travel. That is how maybe many started calling it as luxury, but water metro boards that ensured minimum comfort, convenience, and reliability. So future will be improved connectivity, improved opportunities for islanders, and it will definitely act as a major tourism booster. When we talk about climate resilient transportation goals, this is aligning with the global objectives, universal access. This is equitable access in the sense part of the society actually, say disabled people and all. Maybe many of the disabled people, they have never traveled in a boat before water metro came. But when we talk about disabled people, maybe it is only say 3% by figures. But we must understand that all of us will age. When you age, you develop some kind of disability. So if you take aged people as well, then this share of people who need transportation is more than 16%. So definitely that equitable access should be one of the main criteria when we are deciding on the any transport system. So efficiency, I need not to say on efficiency, safety. Safety was actually in water transport system, actually safety were overlooked maybe for many years. So we are bringing back safety into forefront. And green initiative, actually we wanted to use only renewable energy. We have not achieved it yet, but we are close to it. So when we say GST emissions, you can see the fourth one, which is the battery EV with renewable energy. That is supposed to be the lowest in life cycle GST emissions. That is where we anchored. These were some of the design challenges that came because if you see, when you are looking for a new system, the depth of channel, increasing depth of channel or width, etc. may not be very easy. So we wanted to design something which is for the existing system. Wake wash in the sense when the boats are plying, actually it creates waves. When you increase the speed, this wake will increase. This will erode the banks of the river because many of the channels are very narrow channels. So this became very important criteria because you have to contain this. Then operational sustainability, fuel cost, these things came into play. These were the challenges, and Water Metro actually fairly made solutions for this. That is how it became a success, we can say. In general, we can see our targets were with 78 boats and 38 terminals spreading across 10 islands of Kochi. We have divided it into 15 routes. The total route kilometers were around 76. 34,000 daily ridership was expected. 8 to 15 minutes headway in each route. We arrived in ideal speed of 8 to 10 knots. This was the concept. We have still to achieve many of these targets because presently we are operating only 5 routes. Over 24 kilometers we have reached. Only 20 boats yet received. 10 terminals only we are operating. 2 we are going to start this end of this month or beginning of next month. And end of the year, another 2 terminals will be added. On the right hand side, you can see on the Google map, different routes in different colors we have seen. That 15 routes you can see there. So what are the different components I will explain? The terminals, maybe many of you have seen the terminals. High court is the biggest one. Smaller terminals, maybe 1 or 2 berths, but bigger terminals like High Court has, it can operate around 8 boats at a time. There's a very big terminal. Then all the jetties, the berths are of floating pontoons. This was keeping in mind the requirement of making it disabled friendly. Because a person on a wheelchair can board the boat without anybody's assistance. That was a target and we achieved it. There is a passenger control system. In the sense, if you see the ferry accidents all over the world, 90% of ferry accidents all over the world because of overcrowding. So we wanted to reduce and make a solution for this problem. And the passenger control system actually controls the passengers when suppose 100 is the capacity of the boat, it won't allow any more people. When it reaches 100, the doors automatically closes. That turnstile will close. So we are dynamically counting the persons entering or going out of the bus. Then the boats are all electric boats. These battery operated boats. We are charging from the pontoons. These are super charges. In the sense, a boat can be charged in 15 minutes time. And there is an automatic boat location system installed so that each boat is tracked live from our operating control center. There is an OCC in Vaitila that is established in Vaitila. From there, each boat and each terminal that is monitored all the time. If you see in the boat, there are around 20 cameras. All compartments are monitored, and these are available in our operating control center as well. So that is the way the system is developed. We will be having a boat yard. This is yet to be established because of actually non-availability of land and some other issues. We are yet to establish this, but shortly it will be established. And this work boats, or we call it as emergency response boats, these are strategically placed. These are fast response boats that can reach any in the whole of working area, the operating area. Any point can be reached in less than 10 minutes. That's the concept. So that emergency response system is there, available all the time, increasing the safety. Then of course, it is integrated with metro, that other bus systems and terminals. If you see Vaitila terminal, maybe this is the only one in India with a metro, a water metro, and a major bus station operating in the same hub. So most of our terminals are placed in such a way that it is very close or into bus stand or that kind of systems. In places like High Court, Ernakulam Jetty and all, metro is slightly away, less than a kilometer, 800 meters to 100 meters. There we have introduced now feeder buses, electric feeder buses. That is also maybe maybe first time in India with that kind of integration done with all the systems. Let us see what is the carbon footprint. In fact, when we started the project, our preliminary calculations for this kind of vessel and this kind of speed, propulsion power requirement, the initial calculations were 64 kilowatt, but we put a very ambitious target to reduce it to 38 kilowatt, and we could achieve, thanks to Kochi shipyard, 34 kilowatt for the propulsion power. So this is one of the very efficient hulls ever made. According to Marine, where we have conducted that model test, they themselves say this is one of the most efficient hull designs ever made. So with 100% energy from renewables, the target is by 22,800 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. And by 2035, around 45,000 metric tons. But our operations is presently only 25% of our target is reached. So this savings is also proportional, that is measured, which is proportional to this. In 2023, April 25th, Honorable Prime Minister of India dedicated Water Metro to the nation for more than 2 years of operation, around 860 days, over 100,000 trips already completed, about 5 million passengers. This week we are reaching the target, 5 million passengers already traveled, 20 million passenger kilometers. So what is unique about Water Metro system? In fact, this passenger control system, we say first time in India, but we never heard of such systems anywhere in the world. So we can claim it is a first time in the world. Disabled friendly jet is first time in the world in a public transport system. Battery electric boats with the superchargers is first time in India. Centrally controlled water transport first time in India. Integrated water transport concept first time in India. Battery charger superchargers for water. This is the largest capacity EV charger ever made in India. 300 kilowatt chargers we are using. That is 150 into 2 parallelly charging. And this is the largest network of chargers. And maybe the kind of operation is from morning to evening, these chargers are continuously charging because one boat leaves, next boat bus. This is like abusing. That kind of operation is going on for the last 2 years, and it is hugely successful. And actually, Water Metro is the largest fleet of battery electric boats anywhere in the world. Our competitor is actually maybe in Copenhagen with 6 boats. And pan-India potential, more than 40 Indian cities, it is possible according to our initial studies. Recently, Bensa sir was explaining feasibility study. IW has given us that responsibility for 18 cities. 3 more other feasibility studies also going on parallelly. So 21 cities it is going on. Coming to some of the awards, Best Passenger Electric Boat by Gussie Award Paris, Water Metro was won. In 2024, Cities and Climate Action Case Studies, UN Habitat World Cities Report, it is featured. IMO team has visited. They wanted to make it as a model for other development and their targets. UATP Summit, these are some other awards we were getting. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to invite on stage Major Abraham, Senior Assistant News Editor of the Week, to give away a memento and token of our appreciation. Thank you, sir. Now we have a special address by a special person on maritime financing and exploring funding options for maritime projects, PPP perspectives. One and only Elias George, former Managing Director, Kochi Metro Rail Limited, and the Independent Director of Federal Bank. Sir, can we please have you on stage? Yes, don't feel shy. You can really clap hard. It's good for you as well. Thank you.
afternoon, everyone. Let me start with two huge caveats. I have very little to do with the maritime industry now, much less its financing. And when Riyadh and the Week asked me to speak about it, I was a bit taken aback, but I didn't want to say no to him or to such a challenge. Second caveat is that if I'm a little critical about where we are going in terms of our aspirations, let me tell you, it is actuated by a great love for the industry, the maritime world, and for our country. So take it in that spirit. Yesterday, the CMD of Kochi Shipyard made a very valid point. He said India has had its steel moment. You know, we are now the second largest steel producer in the world after China. And we were fifth about 10 years ago. Automobile, I think we are the third largest after China and the US. We were way back a couple of years ago. So when is India maritime getting its maritime moment? This year, there's been a lot of new initiatives in the sector. We are aware of it. The budget was full of huge schemes and these, staggering ambition that by 2030, we'll be the 10th largest shipbuilding nation in the world, 2047, fifth largest. I'm a little, worried about those goals because, as you know, we are now 0.6% of the world's shipbuilding and about 1% of the world's maritime fleet. The distance to travel, and having come from government, I can say this very, very openly, the distance to travel is really, if you look at the CAGR of those numbers, it'll be staggering. So government, from independence, have had these habits of racing targets to the stars so that we all aspire to same goals. But how we are getting there is a difficult proposition, and let me be frank about it. But let's see what happens. I'm not going to sort of, be a party pooper in this. Instead of, yesterday a lot of dignitaries spoke about those goals and the aspirations of getting there. I thought a better way of approaching the problem was to go from the ground up and see what is happening on the ground with one or two case studies, and then see what kind of journey we need to make, particularly in financing. My colleague Sarjan was just speaking about the water metro, so I will give you a practitioner's experience because I was there in Kochi Metro, what it took to do the water metro financing. They'll give you a real-time experience of how this funding works. So when we were well into the Kochi Metro Rail project, we realized that 20% of this greater Cochin area is underwater. 20% means all the islands, the Vembanad Lake spread out like a fan around the city and so on. So then we also realized that some of the poorer communities, the girls who work in the Shima Teas and the shops on MG Road, commute from those places by taking 3 buses and 2 boats, etc. And we realized that this whole dream of integrated transport that Mr. Sarjan spoke about can be realized only if you bring them into the party. So then I think it was in 2015 or 2014, we put our thinking caps on, and then we went to the Government of India because they're funding half the Kochi Metro project, the equity part. So we went to the Government of India and said, why don't you fund this also? It's just like metro. It's water, land doesn't make a difference. People are same everywhere. So those, the babus there, my colleagues there said, no, this is not metro. And I'll tell you, one of the reasons why after independence we are still at 0.6 and 1, somebody asked me. And I said, not in a lighter vein. I said, because from Delhi you can't see the sea. And also from the Delhi you can't see the inland waterways. If the Brits had confined their capital to Calcutta, which they did in 1905 or something, you would have had a much more flourishing maritime sector in this country. It's fact. I used to be private secretary to the Union Minister for Shipping way back, the last century. And that time, the Ministry of Shipping was under the Ministry of the Department of Shipping was under the Ministry of Surface Transport. They're looking at national highways, big one, then ports, shipbuilding was a little thing, a desk there. So that's how it evolved. Nobody really, like fisheries sector had the same problem because the people who ran this country for the last 75 years never really had it on their mind space. So I really believe that now things are changing. This year has been a great leap forward, I agree. So that's one thing we have to keep in the back of our mind. We have to sensitize the country's policymakers because they tend to forget it. These are landlocked places, UP, Bihar, and all the rest of it. So that is something which states like Kerala, Goa, and Assam, Maharashtra need to do. Luckily, Gujarat is also in our maritime state. They're doing very well, incidentally. So going back to Kochi Metro, then we realized the Government of India said, we can't fund you. So the equity part of the actual metro you see is
50% funded by the government of India, 50% by the government of Kerala. The rest of it is all loans from the French agency, the Agence Française de Développement. So water metro, we drew a blank there. State government was very helpful, but they don't have money, as you know. State government is, on a precarious, sticky wicket. So then we went with some people to Frankfurt, where there is another German funding agency called KfW. And somehow we persuaded a team to come to Kochi. I still remember that, led by a very young lady called Stephanie. Kochi should have a statue of Stephanie somewhere on the backwaters, because she came and we took her on a sunset cruise around Vembanad Lake. She fell in love with the backwaters. More importantly, we took her to those communities that Turuttas here and there and saw the conditions of people there, the immiserization, and the difference between that and the people who live in the Yacht Club Enclave here. And she said, this is where we need to help. And she immediately realized that giving them a safe transport for women to get back home, etc., will so much improve their economic and social condition. And the Germans, these are the goals of these funding agencies. Went back, signed the agreement, government of India agreed somehow, state government was of course very cooperative, etc. That is how you're seeing the metro happening. The point I want to make here is when you're funding these water metro projects, the pre-tax internal rate of return of Kochi water metro, Sajan will bear me out, is 1.4%. Nobody will give you that kind of money. 1.4%, might as well put in the bank and get 7%. The point I'm trying to make is that, and with a huge debt equity ratio, 85% of these projects are debt. 15% is the equity which we managed to get from Kochi Metro and the state government, etc. But if you look at what's called the economic rate of return, and economic rate of return captures what the project brings in terms of livelihoods, economic opportunities, fresh investments, etc., it suddenly rose to 2x. It's 26%. That's a very good figure. And luckily, these funding agencies look only at the ERR. So the first point I want to make is that when you go without public policy support, you cannot do maritime projects in this country. It is not maybe cruise ships, you know better. I'm sure it's very profitable, I'm told. But otherwise, run-of-the-mill water projects, you need to look at the ERR. And when ERR factor comes in, you need public support. You cannot do it without it. And especially the poor people travel on the water. Let's face it. When I was Secretary of Transport in Kerala, we raised the tariff from 3 rupees per kilometer to 4 rupees, and there was shindig. Finally, we had to pull it back. So you have to balance those considerations. And this is where the point is made that when you go around touting these projects and trying to get funding, you have to sell the idea of the ERR. And let me also give you a tip for all public people who are here. These Western American aid funding is out now. The reasons I don't want to go into. The Europeans, the Agence Française de Développement, the KfW, all these guys look at the social benefits, and that's a rich source of funding which you've not tapped till now, adequately enough in a state like Kerala. So what they're looking at is the economic impact on livelihoods, the social impact on education, children going to school and coming back safely, ease of living for women, safety at night, tourism, etc., etc. And since Sarjan is here, let me also, before I close, let me put out a grouch here. We started the project in 2014, Sarjan. 78 boats would have been plying on the waters by 2019. We are still at 18. And the problem is that if these 78 boats were plying through those, 17 routes or something, whatever, Kochi would have been a different story altogether. More people would have come, what is called the network effect. People use the boats only if there are timely schedules, and for which you need more boats, etc. So I'm hoping Sarjan is here, GRC CMD is somewhere there. All of you will put your thinking caps together and get this project on ground. And I must, Mrs. Philip Matthews here, from the day the project has started, one votary of the project has been Mr. Philip Matthew. He would call me every week and say, I want to see those boats in my lifetime, because he's been all over the world, he's seen his potential. So thanks to Manorama and the Week for that goading, and a lot of articles they put out supporting us and all that in times of trouble. So I'm sure when the Week convenes a similar thing next week, we'll have more boats on the ground, Sarjan. So, this mayor of Bolivia has made this quote I'm never tired of repeating. A well-developed country is not a place where the poor use cars, it's where the rich use public transport. So once your metro, the water metro, your feeder services, electric buses all come into one system, which you mentioned here, our roads are so congested and so blocked that people like Riyadh will find it much more convenient to get out of his house, like they do in the West. And that is the dream which, Sarjan, all of you must pursue. in my lifetime, Kochi is the first city in the world, in India, which can have this happen. We have the legal architecture in place. Once your boats come and all the whole appurtenances are locked into that jigsaw puzzle, I'm sure that a lot of people who travel to work in this city will use the water metro and all the rest of it, the electric buses to commute to work. And there's a terrible statistics about Kochi. 50% of the people who move in the city use public transport, but they consume only 5% of the vehicles moving on the road. The rest, 95% is, like cars, whatever, the rest of it. There is no transport democracy in a city like Kochi. And the job before all of us is to alter that seesaw so that people are more used to public transport. So this is one case study I wanted to present to you in terms of a real-life experience of financing maritime projects. I won't overshoot time. I know we are very late. Second one thing is, as a prelude to this talk, I spoke to some shipbuilder friends of mine. And, what are your problems? They're very excited about the new schemes, what I call the Maritime Development Fund, 70,000 crores, something like that. And that other one with a lot of initials, what is it? GPSCP or so, whatever, 18,000 crores, etc. And Mr. Sonowal is coming here with great initiatives. But I asked him, what are the real, and Riyadh, please invite some of the actual private shipbuilders for the next session when you do it next year to get a feel of what's on the ground. So I just list out some of the problems which they are facing. One is the high real interest rates. 12 to 14% is what these chaps pay for the money they borrow, as against 2% in China. So how can we be the 5th largest in the world if this is the financial barriers are there? Second problem, he said that bank guarantees. Every step, the whole vessel you have to get a bank guarantee. At every stage payment, you have to get a bank guarantee. And 2.75% of the bank guarantee charges for these guys, along with 10 to 25% of margin money. And the bank will need collateral. Nobody is going to lend you with they will need, if you're doing a vessel for 100 crore, they want to see your assets. I'm also a banker in the sense. They will not lend you money unless you have collateral. So collateral, bank guarantee charges, interest rates, these are the 3 horsemen of the apocalypse, which is killing the shipbuilding industry in this country. Letter of credit issues, similar costs, etc. So I don't want to label that point. The point is that we need to soften. If you're buying a flat, the flat is the guarantee for you can get money on the basis of pledging your flat. But when you're building a ship in your premises, you can't pledge the ship and give money. You have to you have to give your bank account or some other property. You have to get the money from the banks. This is some problem which we have not been able to solve for the last 75 years. The margin of profit in this industry, I'll be corrected by the practitioners, is about 10%. That is a very, very, cruise, etc. is different, I'm sure. But that's a very thin margin to operate on. If you put your money into the SIPs, it's a much better way to make a living. So this is the last mile issue which the practitioners have told me, which we have to sort of, to overcome. I think I'll skip a lot of it. I think it's already getting time. So, but then let me not be pessimistic about it. After a long time, we are seeing a huge interest of the people in Delhi who run this country in this sector. The SBFAPP, the Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Scheme, the huge uptick in the amount of money, the second version which has come out this year. Money, I'm sure, I was asking the Babus in Delhi, I think the cabinet note is going up for operationalizing the scheme. Once that comes, some of these issues which I mentioned will get some relief. There's a subsidy element there also. And this Maritime Development Fund from 25,000 crore has gone to 70,000 crore. So the proof of the pudding is in the eating, how they go over the fine print of it, etc. And one of the challenges of public policy in this country is that it's all made by bureaucrats. They do not take the practitioners into consultation before they do it. If they sat down with these guys and said, what are your problems on ground, and found out ways to do it, which is why earlier funds given for the sector were never utilized. It's all heavily underutilized because what you put out of Parliament House in Delhi and what the guy in Bombay or wherever gets is a huge difference. So that is something which we have to address. I think I'll close with 2 suggestions of mine. One is that, and as a layman, as an Aam Aadmi now I can say it, why are we aspiring to be world's number 5 in terms of global tonnage, or number 10? Is that a good aspiration to have? Why can't India be a country which is known for making X, Y, Z ships, whether offshore support vessels or cruise liners or whatever, or tugboats or ferries? This is a strategy which Cochin Shipyard has done very well. They have specialized in their vessel making, so much so that the Scandinavians and the Norwegians only want to get orders from them. Why can't we be the country which is known, like somebody mentioned Fincantieri for vessels, etc. Why can't we be a country which is known for making these kind of vessels? We'll have a captive market, everybody will come to us, all of you will make huge profits. Why do you want to go after the tonnage, etc.? It doesn't really work because again, I think Madhu, CMD Shipyard mentioned, there are 50 industries dependent on shipbuilding. It's a very complex ecosystem. Financing, insurance, ancillary, the supply chain is very complicated. Now, if you want to have the whole cake, it's not going to be as easy as you think. Focus on a niche market is what I would suggest for this country. Second one is the shipbuilding clusters. In Dubai, it's all plug and play. If you want to build a ship, you go to a place, they have everything there. You just build your ship and get out and they take money out of this. Our cluster scheme is where government allots land to people and they go through the same rigmarole of... One of the problems about shipping and shipbuilding is the long lead time. From the tender to the completion, like your water metro, it takes years and years. And the cost of those funds are borne by the shipbuilder and the ship owner. So basically, two things. One is go for niche products and then go for plug and play in this country. We will see India emerging as one of the leading maritime nations in this globe. I think I've banged on enough about this. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to call upon Namrata Biji Ahuja, Chief of Bureau of the Week, to please give away a memento to Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to call upon our next speaker, Arnab Chaudhary, the Executive Vice President, SBI Capital Markets, State Bank of India, and he's going to be talking about the challenges to maritime financing and investment opportunities.
Good afternoon. I have been listening to lovely presentations. I missed yesterday's conclave, of course, on the the metros and the cruises. This is the boring part of it, which is the financing of all of it, And I will just touch base. My previous speaker, Mr. George, has raised some pertinent questions. I'll just pick up from there and also touch base on what the government is doing, what the financial institutions are doing, and what we believe we can be doing to make all this happen. At the core of everything is the funding that is required, and I guess that is one of the puzzle that we haven't yet solved properly. I was sitting with Chairman NHAI yesterday, and it is something I just wanted to say here because that is also a sector in this country which has grown in a very, very significant way over the years. While that sector has matured quite a lot, I believe this is a sector, maritime sector, shipbuilding, anything related to maritime is something where the potentials are huge. India has a story to tell, but then we haven't yet scratched the surface. Couple of points which have been raised is in terms of the difficulties of doing it, how other countries are doing it, and what I think or we believe what can be done in our country to actually make this happen. Just as a banker, and Mr. George has touched based on this as well, is what is the risk that I have if I suppose look at financing, suppose a ship for that matter, One, the gestation period. It requires a little bit of long gestation period. And secondly, the return is again quite long term, you know. So for a bank or for any financial institution to look at it in terms of a profitable return, the XIRR numbers which were being told are exactly what pushes them back, because there are other avenues. We all have to realize the fact that national building is one bit of it, and investors' returns is another bit of it, which needs to collate for somebody to actually put in the money on the table, you know. Interest rates has been a bane. We know in case of say metros, actual metro railways as well, we have seen that there is a affinity towards cheaper funding which is available from institutions like JICA and all that. Our problem is our cost of borrowing in India itself, because of the interest rates that we maintain at the rate at which government borrows itself, is higher. Japanese interest rates would be much lower. However, we need to keep in consideration the fact that there is an exchange rate risk that those entities, those fundings also run, right? However, to encourage the funding by foreign institutional investors who are interested to tap into this sector, which is right now, as I said, which has a potential and which has not yet been scratched properly. The Gift City has opened up entities out there. The Gift City is a initiative which is being proposed, which has been propagated by the government, so that there could be financial exposures that can be taken by these entities, like who are looking to get funding from the foreign institutional investors through that route. That is something which is on the cards. This is something which is growing, however, if you ask me hand to heart, where are we on that right now? I guess we have a little more to go on that aspect. It is still on the initial nascent stage. There are entities who are looking at it. How does global institutions who are working on, or global players, how do they do their funding? The China is a big player. Their specific funding structure is through leasing. We, in Indian institutional sectors, we still do not have the expertise. We are developing it. We still do not have the Indian public sector banks, Indian infrastructure players do not have the expertise to do leasing structures. One, because the nature of that boat. Suppose I do a leasing of a boat. That boat has its route all over the world, and how do I basically ring fence my exposure through that boat through a guarantee or a leasing structure is something which is again a work in progress, which has not yet been cracked by Indian lenders. So that is pushing off certain entities to look offshore and to look at institutions which are European primarily, who are into this field. And obviously that comes with a cost. The other aspect is the capital market. Indian capital market is dominated by long-term players, which are insurance, which are pension funds, which are provident funds. These institutions, because of their regulations, cannot lend to entities who have offshore exposures as well. This is a regulation. Now, for them to actually look at long-term lending or buy, suppose a bond is issued by an entity, I'm just giving a name. For example, Cochin Shipyard wants to issue a bond, which is a long-term bond to the INR bond. Many of these entities may not be able to invest in it, even if they like the name, even if they like the credit, because the end use have to be something which is onshore. It cannot be having any offshore exposures. Now, In that case, your end use gets restricted. What are we trying to do on this is something which I will just touch base upon. The government has been working on, as I said, there are policies, the Bill of Lading 2025, where it has become digitized, simplified structures which are being propagated. Merchant shipping bill, coastal shipbuilding, these are primarily to encourage trading. It is not actually to encourage shipbuilding, many of the things that we have talked about today. But on the shipbuilding side, shipbuilding financial assistance scheme was propagated, which has come into play. We talked about Maritime Development Fund, 25,000 crores of money, which has been, again, one of the major, major announcement in the budget as well. How we take this forward, and this is basically, it is to lower the cost of funding. We talked about 12%. We need to bring it down to make any sense in terms of the investment into that sector. And Maritime Investment Fund, then I am very encouraged with Sagarmala's NBFC, Sagarmala Finance Corporation, which has been propagated, which has been proposed. Actually, it has been there for some time now. There has been an initiative to push it forward. The structure is something which is an NBFC structure, and to encourage funding into this sector where the traditional funders may not be able to come in. It is onto the line of what REC or PFCs or NABARDs who have strategic investment targets to do. I think Sagarmala Finance Corporation is something which can be a pioneer on this, take this forward. We have been, as advisors to both private and government sectors, we have been talking to them in terms of blended financing structures, in terms of issuance of sustainable and green bonds, which can be longer tenor, and where we are talking to the stakeholders or the regulators into different investment entities to see if we can allow certain dispensation for specific investments into end users for these entities, So PFRDA, IRDA, other regulators whom we are in touch with, just to try to see if we can get certain dispensations for specific investments into green or sustainable, or even for that matter, blue bonds that are issued by either Sagarmala for onwards lending to the entities, or by the entities themselves with guarantees or with a securitization, or at least a support from the Sagarmala bit. I have talked about IFSCS, that is your GIFT City bit. Primary use or primary help of the GIFT City setup will be if they can help the leasing structures to come into India and certain transactions to happen there. We have struggled in case of supports air leasing as well, aircraft leasing as well. Aircraft leasing, ship leasing, all these are things that are being encouraged there. And I am encouraged to tell you that many of the European as well as Far Eastern, Chinese as well, investors are actually trying to see and exploring the possibilities of coming through GIFT City route there. What are the opportunities that are available for the financial sectors? I know what we have as an audience here are primarily from the other side, but then the financial assistance policy, the revamped structure of financial assistance policy, 18,000 crores provides direct subsidies to Indian shipyards. This is something which is an incentive which has been given. Then there are custom duty exemptions and credit notes for ship breakings, which are being provided. So this is again an incentive which are there. I'll just mention a couple of challenges, and I will just mention few of the suggestions, if I may. One, as I said, high capital intensity and long gestation period is a challenge. LNG carriers requires massive upfront investments. We know the investments to the tune of $250 million plus for certain vessels. I have mentioned about expertise in ship financing. We do not have the risk appetite by Indian public sector banks especially. I am not even coming to the private sector. I think the initial, as it is always the case, the initial steps will have to be taken by the public sector banks. Post the last NPA crisis, the risk-taking capacity of the public sector banks have also dwindled. We will have to make cases where they can be convinced to come in. I guess certain, and I have talked about Sagarmala's influence on that. And the other bit, again, I have touched upon is the debt market. The debt market is something which can give you longer tenor. Debt market is something where institutional investors can come in. But then again, there are certain restrictions on the debt capital markets which we will have to address. I guess few of the suggestions. One is we need to have the PPP arrangement has to come in as quickly as we can. And secondly, like we have in other sectors, the concessions or the concessional agreements that can be provided needs to be drawn as soon as we can or as long as we can. If there is a proper concessional agreement, based on that, innovative structures like InvITs can be coming in, where people can basically, basing on ring-fencing the cash flows from the business that the ship buildings or shipyards or even the ships can have, the institutional investors can come in and put in their money, assured by the ring-fencing of those cash flows. For that, we need a structure, we need a concessional agreement, and somebody to backstop that arrangement that, yes, the cash flows will be assured, you know. We need to promote green financing. Problem with green financing, we talk a lot about it. You know, sustainable lending, green lending. We are in touch with Cochin Shipyard for a blue bond issuance as well. Matter of the fact is the investors do not give you a premium for any of this, you know, specific greener, we call it greenium, green premium are not getting paid. So the cost of issuing such instrument, because of the regulatory requirements, the need to keep a track of the KPIs being met is more. But then when you ask for the money, there is no concession that you get for it. Certain European institutions do have allocated fund which can be used, and in those cases, yes, there is an incentive that might get. But generally, in Indian institutional investors, there is no premium that they pay. I think the last bit, I guess what we have to do, or what all the stakeholders can put it forward, is to make this the entire sector, entire maritime sector as infrastructure. Certain bit of it is identified as infrastructure, certain bit of it is not identified as infrastructure. If we can make all of it as infrastructure, certain infrastructure institutional investors, be it NAFID, be it IFCL as well, can come in and give, and these guys are mandated, these institutions are mandated to give long-term loans at concessional rates. They are actually mandated to develop new areas, and they can come in, they can be the pioneer in the funding structures of it. Many of the institutions like insurance and PF funds have allocated funds that needs to be invested into infrastructure, then this sector can actually try to tap those allocated funds, investment funds, and can take this forward. So these are the basic ideas. I'm afraid, as I said, the sectors itself at a very nascent stage. The funding of that sector is evolving. It has a long way to go. And whatever is happening right now is happening on piecemeal basis at different levels. As a whole, as a sector, and as an initiative, there are things which are being propagated now, which are being encouraged in this budget. And post that, we have seen certain things that have come up. Exciting space to be in, and because it is at that nascent stage, I guess we would see a jump in that development, and we as a part of the financial market would be very excited to participate in that journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now request Sanjeev Barua, Senior Assistant Editor of the Week, to please come up on stage and give a token of our appreciation to Mr. Arnab Chaudhary. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to follow us on Instagram at @theweek_magazine. We're live on YouTube, and our channel is, of course, The Week. Thank you all for being part of the Week Maritime Summit, where we're riding the waves and unlocking India's maritime potential. For all of you who actually asked me about the lines that I read out earlier in the day when we started our session, I will read it out to you once again, since so many of you asked me about it. It's actually from Samuel Taylor Coleridge's poem, The Ancient Mariner, and it is the argument version of it about how a ship, having passed the line, was driven by storms to the cold country towards the South Pole, and how from thence she made her course to the tropical latitude of the great Pacific Ocean, and of the strange things that befell, and in what manner the ancient mariner came back to his own country. Well, we all know that we all can come back because how maritime ships and, of course, shipbuilding has all changed. And thanks to that, we can actually roam the world with or without dangers, as we saw yesterday. Our next panel, ladies and gentlemen, is Skilling the Mariners, the skill development in India's maritime sector. The moderator is Commodore R. Vasan, Regional Director, National Maritime Foundation, and our panelists are J. Senthil Kumar, Joint Director General, Mercantile Marine Department, Cochin, Dr. P.G. Sunil Kumar, Head Department of Naval Architecture, Sri Narayana Gurukulam College of Engineering, Kochi, Dr. Ms. N. Ashwadi, Principal Scientist, Fisheries Resource Assessment, Economics and Extension Division, Kochi. And 4 is Captain Tom Joseph, mariner with 4 decades of experience and a Fellow of Nautical Institute of London. We welcome all of you on stage and looking forward to a fabulous discussion. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, this is just to give you all a heads up. The Honorable Minister, Dr. Sarbananda Sonowal, has already landed in Cochin and is on his way. So we're really excited about that and wish you all the best for your session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and particularly the young crowd who is here for the last 2 days. And they have been really attentive. And I was very, very happy to hear from Mr. Sanjeev that, some of them are taking notes, and some of them have written up to 6-7 pages of notes yesterday, and they have shown a keen interest. So this augurs well for the maritime growth of this country. And I must laud Week for taking this initiative. Riyadh, Sanjeev, Atul, and the entire team who taken such great initiative to bring about greater maritime consciousness. There's a new word that people are talking about to say that India, after all, was on the cusp of maritime legacy, and we need to reinvent our maritime routes and ensure that we have a place in the community of nations. So from that point of view, all these panels which were there both yesterday and today have looked at indirectly at the pillars of blue economy. So it was not referred to directly as such, but all these are the pillars of blue economy, whether it is transportation, whether it is clean energy, whether it is ship repair, ship production, port development, or maritime tourism along the rivers, which you had so many presentations, or even the aquaculture, where we are looking at the increasing the fish production by all this. So what is a common factor that has come about in all these talks? In fact, if you go back to last year's address by Prime Minister Modi, in one of the talks, he laid emphasis on the 4 S's. What are these 4 S's? So essentially looked at scope, size, scale, and skill. So, if you are planning very huge things, that is scale, then you must have a vision, strategic vision, and then work for it and ensure that there is adequate skill for achieving the speed which will contribute to the entire progress of our maritime sector. So from that point of view, all the presentations, all the panel discussions yesterday and today have been extremely useful in providing you those vital inputs on what are the requirements for ensuring that we are able to contribute to blue economy aspirations, number 1, and also comply with the so-called SDG 14, Sustainable Development Goals 14, which you are familiar with. So from that point of view, I feel that this panel is extremely useful and important. It was the last panel in the last 2 days. This is the 6th panel, and we have 4 eminent speakers who are here, all highly qualified and with varied experience in their respective fields. And I'm not going to take a long time to introduce each one of them. Suffice to briefly introduce them to tell you the kind of activities they've engaged in and the kind of experience that they've built. So we have Captain Senthil Kumar is from the MMD and is a joint director, and he is also an alumnus of the IMU, there's Indian International Maritime University, Sweden, and he has 11 years of sailing experience, and is presently here in Cochin where it matters. Then we have Dr. PG Sunil Kumar. Can just identify yourself for everybody's benefit. He again is the former Director General of Dr. PG Sunil Kumar, who is the Department of Naval Architecture, Sri Narayan Gurukulam College of Engineering. He was formerly with the Navy, but thereafter he's been with IITs, and he's worked enormously with the DND, with NSTL, that is the National Scientific Technological Laboratory, and presently he is involved in teaching and skill sets of naval architecture. The third speaker is Dr. Ashwati, another doctorate in agricultural economy, and she is deeply engaged in fisheries research and increasing the yield by responsible, sustainable practices, and we are happy to have her with us. And the last but not the least is Captain Tom Joseph, who is here, who has also helped me a lot in identifying the scope of our discussions and also getting me in touch with some of the other resource persons who are of great importance to the conversations that we're going to hold. Captain Tom Joseph is the fourth or the only amongst the 4 FNIs. There's a fellow of Nautical Institute of London. I think there are 4 of them in India. So I think it's a great recognition of his phenomenal work, both in the Indian Navy and thereafter in the Merchant Navy on DP vessels, and also thereafter he's now involved in various agencies. So to give a big hand to all the panelists who are here and join me in welcoming them. Now, because of the time constraints and because of the fact that apparently the minister is already on the road trying to come here, what I'll request each panelist is to try and identify the challenges and responses in the area that we identified, and then look at the way ahead options. Focusing on the critical requirement of skill development, which will enable this particular sector to achieve these objectives. Because we are looking at those figures which have been flashed in the last 2 days, which tells you about generation of 300,000 jobs, increasing our own GDP contribution, which is about 4% in the agricultural sector to 10%. Likewise, to increase the number of ships that we are building. All this is not going to be possible unless you have an ecosystem that looks at it in all its facets of, including financial support, management, which was covered in the last 2 topics. So all these are important components, and for Maritime India to grow as a maritime country, it would take phenomenal amount of efforts. I think one of the slides of a previous speaker said there are miles to go. So we entirely agree there are miles to go before we realize this dream. So I request each of them, starting with Mr. Senthil Kumar, to come here and take on the stage.
Thank you, sir, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this occasion. As rightly pointed out, this session is talking about the maritime skills development. And if we pertaining to shipping, as we look, the world looks at India because India is having large number of young people, and seafaring and related associated activities like shipping companies, maritime professionals. The requirement is huge because if you look at the events happening in the world in IMO or United Nations or climate change system in UNFCCC, there is a huge potential for India and Indian seafarers to adapt to the new requirements, that is for decarbonization skills, or in future you might have ships which are completely automated, that is mass ships. So there, one is the first aspect is the seafarers who are around 250,000 in number, and according to our Maritime India vision, vision is having to increase from 12% to 20%. So in order to adopt that to 20%, we need to have the capacity building. One is in the training sector, maritime training institutes, which needs to adapt to the latest technologies or the technologies which is going to come for decarbonization, or ships which may use alternate fuels, renewable energies, and using alternate fuels means fuels like ammonia, hydrogen, and related to which is having zero emissions. But the like seafarers, myself and many who are here who sail, they have been blessed with fossil fuels, which is not much risky. But if you look at the green fuels like ammonia or hydrogen, it has a lot of risks associated with it. And accordingly, the seafarers needs to be trained, enhance their skills, capacity building, and Ministry of Port and Shipping Waterways has already identified the required skills, the gaps which is pertaining to now, and also gaps which can occur in futuristic. So training has been already identified in shipping sector, shipbuilding sector, and also training to the ports, where the ports is also will be required to increase their capacity in respect to the ships. Tomorrow, if green ships comes to Indian ports, how these ports resources will handle, that is a critical and very important, because India needs to build up the capacity and the skills also. The training programs has been identified for them. It will be in the first phase in next 6 months, it will be launched. And although in case of seafarers, we are, India is also a member of International Maritime Organization, and in the subcommittee, Human Training and Watchkeeping, we have already submitted many papers identifying the futuristic skills required. Accordingly, the Standard Training Certification Watchkeeping Convention, that is a convention which is binding for all Indian seafarers and global seafarers who man the ships. So according to the requirement, the skills gaps required has been submitted in IMO, and it is in the process of complete review. And if we look at the gaps, and if we really capable increase the capacity and enhance the skills, it is sure that India will have a huge potential. First one is enhancement of seafarers content, and also world, India can become the major shipping activity for ship management, There is a huge potential for managing the futuristic ships where we can have the resources, including the shore-based organization, ship management activities. It is certain that there is a huge potential, and also a lot of effort has been taken by Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways. There is a organization, there is a committee called NAVIC Cell pertaining to mainly capacity building and enhancing the skills. So this cell is very, very focused, which identified already for the up to 2030 and beyond that also. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful inputs. May I now request the next panelist, Dr. P.G. Sunil Kumar. With his phenomenal experience, particularly also now into teaching, I would also request him to focus a little more on use of modern aids, technology, AI, etc. in terms of teaching. But there's one important point which he made with experiences in DRDO. He said there is greater focus on processes and not the end product. So if this has to change, how can they contribute from the institutions, from training institutions, teaching institutions? You know, if you can also kindly concentrate on that, it will be useful to the young people who are here, who are looking forward to shaping a career in the maritime industry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm a naval architect, and my domain is shipbuilding. We have Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Ahmedabad Vision 2047. And we have got very stiff targets. And these targets are for shipbuilding in terms of tonnage. When you look at Indian shipbuilding, almost 70 to 75% of the shipbuilding activities in India are related to the defense sector. And the defense ships, Navy and Coast Guard ships, they do not come under this tonnage rules. So the target for us is very, very stiff. If you look at the shipyards, other than Cochin Shipyard, all other major public sector yards in India, be it MDL, GSL, GRSE, or Hindustan Shipyard, they are all under the Defense Ministry. So to meet this target, where commercial ships are considered, it's a stiff target itself. So for that, we have been hearing about the gap between academia and industry. It has been there for a long time. That will be there for in future also. But now, we have to see how we can bridge this skill gap. Graduates who come out of colleges, when they go to shipyards or other places, or even on board ships, they will have a lot of, they have got a lack of experience on practical works. That's called the skill gap. And to meet our shipbuilding targets, we need our skill levels, we need skilled manpower at various levels, at worker level, supervisor level, and also at engineers level. And in shipbuilding, I'm talking about the shipbuilding activity per se, you have a lot of skill development required for plate fabricators, welders, pipe fitters, and in automation, because nowadays all activities are linked to PLM and other activities. And in the design agencies, you need multidisciplinary skills, software skills, and of course, skills in AI. Yesterday in that discussion on design, they were mentioning AI specifically. Now this, we can look at it at three fronts. First is at the government front. The National Education Policy of 2020, which is already in force, that has this policy has identified a lot of activities. There's a transition from our traditional teacher-led learning to student-led learning. And towards this, this policy has introduced a lot of project-based learning. That means at the end of every subject, students will have to do a project and then submit the report. That means they are moving more towards the practical side of it. Then challenge electives have been introduced. Means they are slightly tough, and that is for advanced learners. More importantly, year-long internships. If it's a beta course, it's 4 years generally. And here, in the new policy, the theory subjects or the classroom subjects will be over by the 6th semester or by the end of 3rd year. 4th year, the 2 semesters are free for students to take up internships at various organizations. And then industry mentoring programs. These are also envisaged in NEP 2020. At institutional level, at present, our faculty members, all of them may not be updated on the current developments or the current regulatory developments rather, especially in shipbuilding. So, if NEP is implemented in the right spirit, then it's a solution for this. Another proposal is industrial updates by faculty internships. It not only students, faculty also once in a while, they should go for internships to industry and see what is happening over there. Then that gives them a right picture. And government has already introduced a concept of professor of practice. Traditionally, for teaching in colleges, you need at least a postgraduate degree. And for associate professor and above, PhD is mandatory. But now, with these professionals with years of experience, even without a postgraduate degree, they can teach in colleges and institutes. That is already being implemented at various places. And these students are going to get immensely benefited, and the skill gap is going to get covered. The next is at the industry level. Now, if you take my field, naval architecture, there are only 4 or 5 institutes which are offering this course in India, out of which IIT Madras and IMU, they have doubled the seats last year onwards. So getting an internship in an organization it's very hard nowadays. So through, if the industries can provide internship opportunities to students, they only will get benefited in the future. Then skill gap identification in curriculum. That also needs industrial intervention and industrial mentoring. That is also another area which is possible. Now, government has already identified the skill gaps in maritime sector. So, Center for Excellence in Maritime and Shipbuilding, which was established in 2016 by the Government of India, they are doing a lot of work in this area. They are running short courses for all these areas which I suggested, and also long duration courses. But it again depends on how industry is supporting those organizations like that. So with all this put together, we will be able to meet our targets of 2030 and 2047. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the fact that you brought out about the role of the government as far as skill development centers are concerned, even Kerala has got many initiatives for skill development. And that's most required because one of the study report clearly said that the skill development in India is at about 2 to 3% compared to 80 to 90% where the developed countries are offering this. So this is a serious issue and that requires to be addressed. If you want job-ready people who are there, because we say that they're not job-ready, they come there and the industry has to spend a lot of time in skilling them and upgrading their abilities to work in high-tech industries. So this will continue to be a challenge and we need to be able to address this. Now we over to Dr. Ashwati. She's going to speak on a very important area of agricultural production through fisheries. And we are doing fairly well, but there are phenomenal amount of challenges in terms of modernization, in terms of our people adopting to deep sea fisheries. There is reluctance for them to go out. They want all the fish to be next to their house. So that's not going to happen. So she's also taken the trouble of preparing some slides. So I'll request you to go ahead and use them if you wish to, but maybe you can move on straight to the last 3 or 4 slides. Thank you. I believe the minister is already likely to come here. So we are under a little bit of pressure to finish it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll be discussing an entirely different aspect, that is skill development in the marine fishery sector. I'll try to fit the topic with the goals of the conclave. Next slide. So why skill development is important in the marine fishery sector? Earlier, we used to have the goal of achieving sustainable exploitation of marine fisheries. Now, the government of India has come out with the blue economy policy, and all are talking about expansion of blue economy, blue growth and all. And so there are multiple sectors competing with the fishery sector in the same space. Some are competitive, some are complementary. We have already, very recently, we have seen in Kerala the 2 shipwrecks. So these shipwrecks have direct as well as indirect impact on the different sectors of the marine fishery sector. Like when the shipwreck occurred, we need to assess the impact of the shipwreck. What is the biodiversity impact? So the researchers come in place. Then there is livelihood impact on the marine fisherfolk. So the compensation is fixed based on the environmental impact as well as the socio-economic impact on the coastal communities. So all type of actors in the marine fishery sector has to act, develop skills for assessing the impact. So this is the linkage when fixed our goal like expansion of blue economy. There are multiple sectors and there are interacting sectors. So we need to deal all these sectors in a blue economy context. Next slide. So when this topic was given, I tried to fix it into 3 major pillars or the actors in the marine fishery sector. The skills in the marine fisherfolk, then researchers, as well as the development departments. Actually, these skills are interlinked. For example, I belong to ICRCMFR, it is a research institute. We developed the minimum legal size for marine fishes. That is based on our biological experiments. So this minimum legal size of marine fishes is transferred to the development departments for developing the regulations. That is, we are preventing the juvenile fishes, catch of juvenile fishes. And the next part, the regulations will be imposed on the marine fisherfolk, those who are actually doing the fishing. So they need to develop the skills of identifying the minimum, what is the minimum legal size of catching each species. So these skills are interlinked. Similarly, there are different technologies developed by the fisherfolk themselves, or we have imported technologies. And our marine fishery sector is not regulated, it is open access. So whatever technology is developed, it will have an impact on the researchers. So the research, for example, the marine fishers, they used to undertake the fishing operations based on profit. So if they identify a different species, which is not commercially exploited in the usual their trips, so the research system needs to act and need to study the new commercially exploited species. So all these skill development in all these key actors are interlinked. So we'll see what skills are required for the marine fisherfolk. The key skills required for the marine fisherfolk, including the active fishers as well as other value chain actors. These are the main key skills identified: deep sea fishing, vessel navigation, onboard safety, and there are a lot of modern electronic devices are coming, and sustainable fishing practices. Then post-harvest handling and cold chain operations. Then there are man-made as well as natural disasters, so the fishers need to be prepared to handle these man-made as well as natural disasters, that is disaster response and risk management. Then alternate livelihood opportunities are available in the mariculture technology, so they need to develop the skills in mariculture, then entrepreneurial skills. Coming to the second key actor, that is the development departments, mainly it is the Department of Fisheries. So they are the actors, who need to have the maximum skill in the blue economy context, because they have to implement all the regulations in the field. So they need to have technical skills, data management skills, governance skills, and institutional coordination. Because when the shipwreck occurred, they are the primary actors. They are collecting the first-hand information from the fisherfolk. They have to link with different agencies like Disaster Management Agency, Pollution Control Agency, Pollution Control Board, research institutes and all. So they need to develop all type of skills. And this is the key skill development needs for the researchers. Now we all live in a in the age of AI and digital revolution. So all AI-enabled softwares as well as autonomous systems. So the scientists need to develop skills on all these digital technologies. Then there is a scope for marine bioprospecting, that is developing bioactive products from the different marine resources. Then spatial modeling skills. Then low carbon technologies. I think this has a very good link with the other maritime sectors. I think previous speakers, they spoke about the carbon dioxide emissions and carbon footprint in the maritime shipping industry. So we are also undertaking projects on ocean accounting, and blue carbon accounting is included in that. So at present, this is an emerging research issue, that is ocean accounting and blue carbon accounting, as well as blue carbon credit. So the carbon dioxide emissions from generated by an industry could be traded for the carbon generated from the marine ecosystems. So we are also working on developing the voluntary carbon markets based on harnessing the marine ecosystems. So all these different maritime sectors are interlinked in the blue economy context. Coming to the institutional support for skill development in the marine fisheries sector, there are several schemes by the Government of India, including Sagarmala program, Marine Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sambad Yojana. Then several institutions are involved in skill development, and also there are digital portals by the Government of India for giving training to all the key actors like researchers, development departments, as well as the fisherfolk. Then I will skip, due to time constraint, I will skip all these slides. These are the key initiatives where my institute, ICSE-MFRA, is involved in the skill development of marine fisherfolk. We are involved in sea cage farming, then artificial reef installation, then marine bioprospecting and blue biotechnology, and skill development in digital technologies. And we are also supporting the fisherwomen by improving their skills and empowering the fisherwomen. And these are the major challenges for the fisherfolk and other actors in the fish value chain. That is slow transfer of information and scalability issue or the technology developed in the labs, then digital divide and geographic challenges, regulatory hurdles and operational risk in the marine environment. Then there is gender barriers like traditional gender roles and exclusion of women from the tech-focused professions. Then issue of migrant fishers, and one of our recent studies indicated that 60% of the marine fisherfolk are migrants. So we need to assess, are they skilled, and there should be a mechanism to skill the migrant fishers. Then high cost of adoption. Some of the technologies developed, even though the fishers are skilled, the high cost of adoption prevent them from adopting the already developed skill. Then challenges to the researchers and development departments, limited infrastructure, shortage of funds, fragmented responsibilities within different agencies. Then there is gender barriers for the women, that is leadership, management, as well as networking skills. Then funding challenges and adapting to the rapid technological and policy changes. So this is one of the major challenges for the research system. And coming to the way forward, this is one of the major issues we need to address, that is skills for adapting to rapid technological and policy changes, because the Government of India is coming out with different policies like the blue economy policy. So the skills of all the interlinked sectors need to be enhanced. And the net zero emissions, so the blue carbon accounting and the carbon credits plays in this, and several other new technology as well as policy changes are coming. So the research system, all the key actors needs to develop skills for adapting to these technological as well as policy changes. So continuous learning and skill development is required, and interdisciplinary skills. This is also very important when we live in the age of AI, because most of the sectors are now using AI-enabled systems. In fishery sector also, there are a lot of applications like AI-enabled this gear selectivity. So the AI developed by a computer scientist should know the biological aspects of the fishes for developing a fishing gear which is using AI-enabled gear selectivity for fishing. And development of skilled women. This is another opportunity. That is, the government of India has come out with a Sagar Mein Samman policy in 2025, and there is a great scope for employing the fisherwomen, training the fisherwomen in the skill development programs under this scheme. And participatory skill development is another opportunity, that is integrating the traditional knowledge of fishers for boat building, disaster response, and all other aspects, and enhancing the funds for skill development, both from the government sector as well as the private sector. And also the international collaboration is also suggested as a way forward, because now the UGC is coming out with permission to different international institutions to India. So international collaboration is also another opportunity for skill development. Thank you all. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwati. That was a comprehensive presentation. And now we have the last speaker, Dr. Tom. He volunteered to take on two important questions. One was about CPD, continuation of professional development. The other one was about how are you going to bridge this gap? You know, you are saying that you are going to have 100,000 ships or 300,000 ships of all description, and you require crew to man them. Where are you going to groom them? You know, how are we going to skill them? And, you know, so he's also in a recruitment agency. And, you know, he was telling me yesterday informally that, you know, even the CVs of our seafarers are badly constructed. You know, they have too many breaks, whereas when you compare it with anybody coming from Ukraine or any other European country, you find it's also streamlined. So the prospective employer would rather look at that person who's got a streamlined CV than a person who appears to have a lot of breaks. So these are some of the important issues that are of great importance, particularly people who are aspiring to be in the maritime industry. So I'm sure his guidelines will be of great importance to all of you. Over to you, Captain.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. Maritime Vision 230 and 2047. These are the blueprints for India's maritime sector launched by the Government of India. I'm not touching upon all the points, but just want to highlight certain points where we could be lacking or we need a minor correction here or there. The first point which I want to highlight is academia partnership with industry. This is where our shipyards or other, shipping industry can cooperate with the maritime institutes so as to get the trainees develop the required skill. Second thing, we know that as per the vision, our seafarers pool, the whole world is supposed to have been increased, and if you take the figures as correct, last 10 years, the growth of seafarers had been almost 158% more in the last 1 decade. That means out of 1 decade, now 5 years is over. In another 5 years, where will we stand? Such a growth, whether we can we can hold or we can keep that growth, that graph. This is where I would leave a warning, or whatever it be, you can say, that a speeding car, like if any external force is given, it can easily topple and crash. So similarly, if this high growth of the number of seafarers, if it is to be maintained, the administration has to be very careful in devising policies. Mainly, I would say that policies are for good, but it should be always positive. But in this case, sometimes you have to see the policies that are not highly positive, but slightly positive, maybe doing harm than good. So this is where the policymakers have to take a decision not to create such policies without thinking such a way that the seafarers' numbers will come down. It can come down very easily if it is not taken correctly and positively it is taken into consideration while devising the policies. Next one is that skilled workers to be involved in the ancillary industry around the shipyards or whatever it be. And here I must say that Indians are generally skilled by way of their hereditary connection or through training and courses. Why not include them? Why not, like, we have got a lot of carpenters, blacksmiths, all highly talented. So our young generation can also easily get into that sort of a skilled worker by molding them correctly. Now, coming to the blueprint, that is the Vision 2030, where we have lacked, again, is continuous professional development. This is, which stands for continuous professional development, referring to the ongoing process of acquiring new knowledge, skills, and experience in a professional role. It encompasses formal training, work-based learning, and informal experiential learning to improve professional competence and practice. Nothing much has been done about this in India. I would request DG Shipping and other bodies which are, considering promotions to seafarers or conducting their revalidation, etc., to consider CPD as one of the criteria for either exempting from some courses or for giving them grace marks, or like a scale is kept and, they can be promoted based on the marks what they obtain. Now, how this CPD will work? Like this conclave, Maritime Conclave, so many speakers have come, so much of information has been shared here, but how many are here in the hall? The trainees, of course, they are there, but this is a continuous professional development that is lifelong learning. It is not finishing with the trainees, with the cadet time, or, as a junior officer. It is a continuing process, and we must allocate certain points for each such meetings or conclaves or seminars and webinars which are conducted, which are recognized by the administering body, and they are given that many points or marks. Now, having been connected to Nautical Institute, I would like to introduce Nautical Institute's CPD program, where they have a platform, NA Alexis platform it is called, where these programs are conducted and shared with the members, and basically for revalidation of their DP certificates. But if that can be done for DP certificate, DP operators, the CPD online program, same thing like it is done for DP operators to meet their mandatory revalidation requirements of the DP certificates. If the same can, they are, judged for their DP regulations, DP operations, and related topics. So anybody who is attending these courses are given an exemption from doing a revalidation course. I just conclude here. If any questions, you can ask. And
thank you. I think with the permission of the anchor, we'll just have 1 or 2 questions from the students. Okay, 1 question. Because there's a surprise which Captain Tom Joseph has up his sleeve. Only from the students. 1 student, okay.
okay, if no questions, I will give 2 questions. I will give 2 questions to the trainees on the backbenchers. This is just to relate what you learn in the classroom is not all that you practice. Rather, you are being taught, but you are not applying your mind. So I would like to ask 2 questions. Be careful. I will not be able to repeat because of time constraint. Okay? I am on board a research vessel. We have to lower a beacon. It's called hydroacoustic position beacon to the bottom of the sea. It should go and sit at the bottom. And the beacon is tied to a weight, and there's about a 1 meter, the beacon will be looking up. So that the transducer on the ship bottom, that will send sound waves which goes to the beacon and then come back. Okay? Now, the question is not related to that. These are all taught in the classroom. Now, how it is lowered? Say 40-meter depth, you are lowering the beacon to the bottom. Once it reaches the bottom, you are given 5-meter slack. 40-meter depth, the beacon wire is given a 5-meter slack. My question, how many meters can the ship go around this point? What is the maximum distance the ship can go around this point?
You can ask the second question also because there is no time.
Vertically lowered 40 meters and 5-meter slack given. Okay. Second question. Anybody answer? Okay, I'll ask the second question, then I will start explaining. Second question is very simple. A ship travels a certain distance. Half the distance traveled at 6 knots and the other half distance traveled at 4 knots. What is the average speed for the entire distance? Say A to B is 6 knots, B to C is 4 knots. What is the average speed for A to C? Your time starts now.
All right, if there are no answers, I think we will take it during the lunch session.
Sir.
Maybe they can, yeah, there's somebody answering.
Sir. Yeah. 5 knots, sir.
Any other answer?
Sir, 4.8 knots. 4.8 knots.
Wow. Can you come on stage, please, quickly?
Yeah, Captain Joseph has been kind enough to issue a prize for you. Please come here and receive it quickly. Come running. Let's see you running.
Yes, ask his name also, sir. What's your name? Ladies and gentlemen, that's Atmadeep Thakur.
All that remains for me is to thank the panelists for this wonderful effort.
The answer is 4.8. How you get it? You have learned average. 6 plus 4 divided by 2, that is the average what you have learned. But you have also learned what is speed? What is speed? Distance by time. Okay? Here distance is not given, time is not given, assume. Okay? D by T1 plus D by T2. So total time is D by T1 plus D by T2. And total distance is 2D. 2D divided by D by T1 plus D by T2. D by T2. Okay? So this is, you derive the answer from the definition for speed. Now there's another way of doing
that
it.
over lunch, because they are running short of time. Time up? Yeah, please up. Yeah. No, please nab him, and during lunch, don't let him eat lunch. Keep asking questions. Okay. Yeah.
I'm really sorry. Thank you so much, panelists. But this is because we have a security issue because our Honorable Minister is in the hotel. I would like to now call upon Tanu Kapoor, Social Media Coordinator for the Week magazine, to give away the mementos. We're going to be, hello everyone. We're going to be breaking for lunch right now. Please remember, you have to be back in the hall at 2:45. If you're not back, you will not be able to enter because of security reasons, which is not in my hands. I was playing cop till now, but now my roles have been taken over by the real people outside. So please go have a quick lunch, come back by 2:45, and the minister will be here at 3. And I'm sorry if I've caused any inconvenience, but I am just the person who has to do all these things. Thank you so much. See you soon. Major, do you want one of these? Oh, shit. Did I say it loud enough?
Hello. Check, 1, 2, 2. Check, hey. Check, 1, 2, 2. Check. 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 1, 2. Check. Check. 1, 2. Check.
Hello. 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 Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a really good lunch. I do believe the mutton biryani was excellent, as was the malpua. I need all of you to help me. Take your phones out and message your friends and ask them to come in. Since we have the Honorable Minister of State with us, we have certain protocol. So if you are left out after he enters, you wouldn't be allowed to enter. And I wouldn't want you to miss this session for the world. So please use your phones and get everybody inside. We'll be starting shortly. Thank you. Okay, just let Hi, everybody. I request you to please take your seats. And thank you for messaging, everybody. You can carry on messaging because I think people are still eating outside. So please ask them to come back in. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the moment we've all been waiting with bated breath. A leader par excellence who has initiated the largest ever port project, our nation, and one of the top ports of the world, the Vadhuan port. A visionary minister who explored the vast potential of river cruise and chartered the world's longest river cruise, the Ganga Vilas. Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Union Minister, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji, Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Can we have a warm welcome? An avid believer of transformation through reformation, enacting 5 futuristic landmark legislations to alter forever the maritime seascape of our nation. A messiah for seafarers and the coastal community of our nation, spearheading Sagarmala for sustainable coastal development. A sharp business-minded minister who attracted more than rupees 10 lakh crore worth maritime investment during GMIS 2023. An environmentally conscious infra minister who believes that economy should not grow at the expense of environment. A decisive minister who propelled 9 of our ports to the top 100 league of global ports, beating advanced maritime nations in various port performances parameters. A dynamic minister who will be seen as the restorer of maritime supremacy of India in shipping, infusing unprecedented financial outlays and launching path-breaking policy reforms. A doyen of stupendous other maritime achievements during his remarkable 4-year stint as the Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Please, ladies and gentlemen, once again, join me in welcoming our very own Minister, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji. Thank you for being here. It means a lot to all of us. I would now like to call upon Divya S. Iyer, Managing Director, Vizhinjam Port, to give a special address.
Honorable Minister, Sarbananda Sonowal ji, honorable delegates from across the country, a very warm good afternoon to all of you. I'm extremely honored and privileged to stand before you today, especially at this juncture because I get the unique privilege of welcoming our own minister to Kerala once again. A very warm welcome from the bottom of our hearts to you, sir. I say so with all sincerity because we all in the shipping industry, in the ports department, have witnessed the kind of encouragement and support and strength that you have incessantly been giving us. And we sincerely hope that this journey, this partnership will continue and do great good for both the state and the nation at large. So thank you so much once again on behalf of Vizhinjam International Seaport and Kerala and the week and all of us here. Your presence really gives us a great boost of energy as well as blessing. I was wondering what I should talk about here after one entire day of, as they say, Mandan that has happened here. I was told that the sessions were extremely thought-provoking and informative yesterday and today. And I'm certain that filling you up with more data is not the way to go. So let me just share some of the learnings that I have had from my experience as the Managing Director of Vizhinjam International Seaport for the last 2 years. When I first joined, so with your permission, when I first joined, and took over the mantle of this responsibility, it came with a lot of warnings. Least to say that the presence of women in maritime sector is quite lean. So that was definitely one of the first warnings I had received. And I think today, when I stand in front of you, I'm also very proud to say, amongst the other achievements that we've had in Vizhinjam International Seaport, I'm very proud to say that we have the first set of women crane operators in a large port in the country, in Vizhinjam. So we have 9 women crane operators in Vizhinjam, which is the first of its kind, and 7 of them are from the local fishermen community as well. And that, to me, is what prosperity looks like. Prosperity, when we talk about through ports, is all about shared prosperity. Human beings since time immemorial have probably successfully divided land into very narrow parcels, but we have not yet succeeded in cutting air and sea into as narrow parcels. And I guess the continuum of the oceans and the seas and the waters does teach us the value of shared prosperity as we look at blue economy and economic prosperity and growth through ports. Today, when I stand in front of you, I would be remiss if I don't mention the first time I met our Honorable Minister when we welcomed him in Vizhinjam International Seaport at the arrival of the first ship, of the first mothership, if I may call so, the San Fernando in 2024. In the presence of our Honorable Minister, our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, welcomed the first ship to Vizhinjam International Seaport, creating history. Now, if we go back, in 1498, there was another ship that came on board in Kerala in the Kapad beach. I'm sure you remember that. Vasco da Gama came in, Sao Gabriel at that point of time. There were 3 ships, the main one was Sao Gabriel. From Sao Gabriel to San Fernando, we have literally rewritten history. When one came in for misery, the other has come in for prosperity. And this, to me, is a new beginning of rewriting history of a nation. Not just Vizhinjam, not just Thiruvananthapuram, not just Kerala, but for India. Because 75% of all transshipment cargoes actually pass through the international waters and get transshipped through foreign ports before entering our nation. And hundreds of thousands of millions of US dollars are being lost every year as the potential revenue of transshipment for our country. And this is probably the first achievement of Vizhinjam International Seaport, that we are bringing back the transshipment potential into our country. And today, within 1 year of operations, we have welcomed close to 500 ships, and we have had a record-breaking achievement of over 1 million TEUs being handled at the Vizhinjam International Seaport. And this literally translates into revenue for the country. Though the government of Kerala has spent thousands of crores for the Vizhinjam International Seaport, just in phase 1 for the port development itself. It is definitely one of the, I would say, one of the models for a modern PPP engagement, wherein the state government, the central government, and the concessionaire are involved in various aspects of port development as well as operation. And engaging with the business industry, engaging with the private sector, engaging with the international sector, is key towards maritime development, is common knowledge. And I think Vizhinjam is creating a new path in that field. And as I talked about shared prosperity, let me also tell you that when we started building Vizhinjam International Seaport, which was years ago, and when I say years ago, this is probably not 10 years ago or 20 years ago. When you look at the history of Vizhinjam International Seaport, when we welcome somebody into the port, the first thing I always tell them is, the place that you're standing on right now used to be the sea 10 years ago, because the port is entirely built on reclaimed land. We've reclaimed 66 hectares of land from the ocean, from the sea, and we are going to reclaim another 70 hectares in phase 2 as well. So 10 years ago, the place that you're standing on was the sea. 100 years ago, this was probably, a plan when the Travancore dynasty, when C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer and the engineers of the time actually designed a port considering the potential of the Vizhinjam harbor's natural depth, and yet it remained in papers. But we still have the archives of the design that was designed for the port 100 years ago. And 1,000 years ago, the Vizhinjam International Seaport was actually a battleground. The Cholas and the Cheras and the Pandyas vehemently fought for the battle, for the possession of the Vizhinjam International Seaport. And even prior to that, when we look at the 7th century, 3rd century, 1st century AD documents in history, we find mention of the potential of the port. And yet, it took so many years, so many centuries for us to actually make it a reality. But, just as they talk about the ship of Theseus, step by step, we keep changing, yet we do not lose touch with the original identity. And that is what shared prosperity teaches us all about. I hope all of us are aware of the ship of Theseus, right? It's the famous Greek mythology, where every single plank of the ship is being replaced by a new one, and then ultimately you have a brand new ship, a brand new vessel that is in place. Now, the great philosophical question that pops up there is whether this is the original ship or is it a brand new one? Does it have to do anything with the original ship or not? That's the question. I think this is exactly what happens in democracy when we talk about development and prosperity. We keep going step by step, and changes do happen step by step, one plank at a time. And boom, one fine day, there is a new infrastructure, there is new luster, there is new light. But at the same time, we do not lose track of where we began from. We do not lose track of the identity. And that is Vizhinjam International Seaport today as we envision it as the people's port, which we are dedicating to the nation, to the world. The biggest joy that I have when I go back to the port is when I meet women from the fishermen folk community in and around the port who are working for us now. And when they look at us, when they tell us that we have one of the finest or the world's largest port for our backyard, but more than that, we know that our children's future is going to be brilliant. And that, to me, is all about shared prosperity. When we envision plans, when we envision progress, we realize that each plank that we actually replace for the better is not going to impact only us or our own, but it's also going to impact the future generations on a large scale. And as we move ahead, I'm certain that, from Vizhinjam to Vallarpadam to Vadhavan, there is a whole host of developmental activities that has been led by our Honorable Minister in cooperation with all the involved agencies, which is going to make a huge difference in the economy of the country, as well as in the opportunities that is being cut out for the youth of this country. And with that, I would like to thank each one of you for this great opportunity to be able to present the hard work that has been put in by the entire team for bringing together a dream, a reality. And thank you so much once more, and I sincerely hope that there would be more women next time when we have the Maritime Summit, because I see a lot of young students out there, sir, because this is one sector where we really need to push boundaries and we really need to break the ceiling. There used to be a myth, you know, when you look at all the myths regarding shipping, there used to be a myth in the earlier days that if there is a female presence on the ship, there would be storms, you know. That was a very old myth. There also used to be a myth that if there are bananas, there would be a storm. But, you know, so it's as baseless as that. But I somehow at some point of time feel whether we still believe in, you know, the conditioning that we are all used to. So here is hoping that there would be a lot more leaders in the maritime industry, champions in the maritime industry from all genders, from all planes, from all corners of the country. So thank you so much once again.
I request Namrata Ahuja, Chief of Bureau the Week, New Delhi, to please give a token of appreciation to Divya ma'am. Thank you so much. I request the audiovisual on the Maritime Conclave to be played now. Thank you.
India has a long coastline of more than 11,000 kilometers, which has long shaped its destiny, connecting the nation to the world through trade, culture, and commerce. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision places the maritime sector at the center of India's economic resurgence. Strengthening shipbuilding, promoting innovation, and attracting global investment, these are expected to generate employment, enhance technological capabilities, and elevate India's strategic and commercial footprint worldwide. With reforms and targeted initiatives, India is building a modern and resilient maritime ecosystem capable of leading on the global stage. It is here that the Week Maritime Conclave 2025, supported by the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways under Union Minister Sarbananda Sonowal and the Cochin Shipyard Limited, that is bringing together leaders, policymakers and industry pioneers to explore India's maritime potential. Last year in Chennai, the inaugural summit, Voyage to Innovation, Navigating the Future, laid the foundation for dialogue and collaboration, bringing together ministry officials and maritime experts to assess India's opportunities and chart a roadmap for growth. Guided by the Maritime India Vision 2030 and the Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047, the nation is working to become competitive, self-reliant and future-ready. The future is indeed promising.
I would now request the Honorable Minister, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji, Mr. Riyad Matthew, and Mr. Madhu Nair, the Chairman Managing Director of the Cochin Shipyard, to please come up on stage. I now request Mr. Riyad Matthew, Chief Associate Editor and Director, The Week and Malayalam Manorama, to please welcome our Honorable Minister with the traditional Kerala Kavani. I request our Chief of Bureau, The Week, New Delhi, Namrata Ahuja, to please welcome our Honorable Minister with a bouquet of flowers. Namrata, you could stay back on stage because, yeah, thank you. We would now request our Honorable Minister to unveil the Week Maritime microsite with Mr. Riyad Matthew, Namrata Ahuja, and Sanjeev Barua. And now I would request Mr. Riyad Matthew to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Minister for both Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sonowal ji, stakeholders, dignitaries, all those who are gathered here. Let me start by saying how lucky we are to get the Minister with us today. The Minister literally hasn't slept for 2 nights. He was supposed to join us yesterday when he got a call from the Prime Minister saying that he wants him to accompany him to the Northeast states over 2 days. In fact, until last night, the Minister was still in Assam. But he wanted to be amongst you all and share his vision and hear from you guys about the challenges and the opportunities faced by the maritime sector. The Minister took a late night flight, literally early morning flight to Delhi today, and got a morning flight to Cochin just to be with you. He's going to address you, be with us. He's come just to address you. He's going to be with us till 6 o'clock and then fly back to Delhi to attend further duties. Sir, thank you so much on behalf of the week and all present here. I'm not surprised that the Minister did this. Let me tell you why. A year and a half back, my colleagues, Namrata, Sanjeev and I went to the ministry to meet the Honorable Minister, and he was talking to us about his vision for the ministry. We were so amazed by what he has in store, or what he plans. As soon as we came outside, Namrata, Sanjeev and I said, we as the week should play a role in our own way in making the minister's dream come true. So we went and met the minister again, and we said, can we do something to help you in the ministry? With that, we had started our first conclave on shipping, both shipping and waterways. We held it in Chennai last year. The minister was there. He came down personally for it. And last year was solely on ports. We had also the Minister of State, Mr. Thakur, with us. And after the conclave, the minister called us and he said, this is only half the job done. He said, I want you to put all the conclusions, all the takeaways, put it on paper, come to the ministry and give it to me. I want to go through it and make sure I can implement what I can. Then, that was a success. 2 months back again, Namta Sajeev and I went to meet the minister and he said, now I want to take it to shipbuilding. And he said, I want to do it in Cochin because of the rich legacy that it has with shipbuilding. And he came here, in fact, 3 weeks back, he came here, he called me and my colleagues to the Grand Hyatt. He had the entire team with him. He wanted every detail of the summit, who's going to address which session, and all the finer details. He's so devoted to the sector. Even after this, we are going to take, the ministers told us right now that he's going to take, he wants all the findings of all that was discussed today and submit it in a week's time to the ministry. Sir, we will do just that. Over the past 2 days, sir, we've had important discussions about the shipping ministry, about shipbuilding and ports. Our chairman and managing director of Cochin Shipyard was so optimistic about India's future. And thanks to the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and also thanks to your vision for the maritime sector, he felt that the log that, even with China, Japan, and Korea having 90% capacity of shipbuilding and India less than 1%, Mr. Madhu Nair was so optimistic that under your leadership, India can take big steps. After that, we had discussions about ship wreckage. We had thinking about recycling. We had sessions about inland waterways. We also had about maritime shipping and how to finance maritime. And one of the highlights, sir, was that we had the 2 women who circumnavigated the world yesterday with us, Dilna and Rupa, and they were escorted by their mentor, Abhilash Tomy, and they gave a fine presentation on their escapade. Abhilash Tomy also spoke to the crowd about what India can do for you. In his case, it was building his boat to circumnavigate. So today, sir, we know your commitment and your devotion to the sector, and that's why the week, let me just tell you a bit about it. Around 2 years back, we at the week took a conscious call in also playing our role in nation building and growing as a nation. We decided to launch 4 web sections, particularly to each vertical. We started off with the health vertical because of the health of India is important. And we got that launched by the Telangana minister last year, the health minister. Earlier this year, we felt India UAE, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has taken huge steps. So we started an India UAE web section. This was launched by the Minister for International Cooperation in Dubai this year, on the January 6th of this year. April of this year, we felt, of course, defense is so important to us. We had a big defense conclave in Delhi. Shri Rajnath Singh was personally there, and we launched our defense web section, which is called Fortress India. And today, sir, because of your involvement and commitment to the sector, we have launched the Maritime Microsite. This, sir, will have news 24/7 with a dedicated team devoted just for this microsite. I once again thank the minister for personally coming down without a wink of sleep and attending the summit. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Riyad Matthew. And now I'd like to call on stage Mr. Madhu Nair, Chairman Managing Director, the Cochin Shipyard, to welcome our Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, Shri Riyad Matthew, distinguished guests at this Maritime Summit, very warm good afternoon to one and all. I echo what Sri Riyadh Matthew had already conveyed. We are very privileged today have here the Honorable Minister. I just want to underline the particular fact that the effort which a minister has taken, this is symbolic of the new India. We used to talk, and let me be very candid about here. We used to talk about how ministers would go about in India, but we are talking about a minister, a cabinet minister, running the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, doing a run. Riyadh explained this, the kind of effort for a single function event on shipbuilding, ship repair, the maritime ecosystem in the city of Kochi, aligned with the thought process of the maritime Amritkal Vision 2047, and just see the kind of warmth, the kind of passion that is being put in here. Can I actually request the entire audience to stand up and give a big applause for this? This calls for, because this is actually about India. So we are extremely privileged. Over the last, I won't take too much time, but over the last day and today, we have been discussing some very important topics, guided by the center stage vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. The country is determined to make sure that we regain what is rightfully ours. Ma'am Divya Iyer brought about the connect from history and from the civilizations which we have come in to where we are today. Yesterday I touched upon, there was a time when this country was 20% plus of the global GDP. And when we are determined to move in that direction towards a sure shot 30 trillion plus US dollar economy by 2047, if not more, it's only imperative that the maritime ecosystem plays its rightful part. Be it shipping, be it ports, be it shipbuilding, and the allied entire ecosystem. This is very important. And what we have seen over yesterday and today is there is positivity. And it's a very bewitching positivity. There's very strong positivity. There are words of caution always, because we have seen how in this country we have had our promises, we have had our false starts, so there is always scope for caution. But with large positivity, we have discussed what could be coming in, and for the Honorable Minister, I would just like to convey that what is the prevalent mood is that today what the government is talking, demand aggregation, getting in vessels from India to be built in India, Indian ships to carry Indian cargo, rules and regulations to be made modern according to what the world needs, our ports already aspiring to figure in the top group in the world. All this is happening. The only request that was coming from the industry is, let's make sure that this is held tight. Give it 5 years, give it 10 years, 5 to 10 years down the line, we would be on much stable and stronger platform. So the prevalent mood is positive, and with that great prevalent positive mood, the assurance on behalf of this forum, I can take that assurance being from Cochin Shipyard and being a local Kochiite. I think on behalf of this entire audience, let us assure the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, the Honorable Minister Sri Sarbananda Sonowal, and the vision guided by the Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, that we will make it happen. This time around, this is for real, and we'll make this happen. So thanks a lot, sir. Once again, thank you very much, and coming over to Kochi. I should special word of thanks to the Malayalam Manorama group. Sri Philip Matthew is here, Riyadh Matthew. Thanks for making sure that you're promoting this very important sector within your very strong group. And thanks for this microsite. Thanks a lot for all the support. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I request our Honorable Minister to give the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you.
Namaskar. Namaskaram. Ella bharukam shukham alle. Is it okay? I try. Because I love Kerala, its people, its civilization, culture, heritage, everything. I never miss an opportunity to visit Kerala. I believe this might be I remember more than 15 times I visited Kerala since 2014, because when I was bestowed the responsibility of carrying out the functioning of Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs and Skill Development. So that time, we had to organize national games at Kerala. So with that responsibility, I had to repeatedly visit and had the invaluably interactive session with the Honorable, those days, Chief Ministers and Council of Ministers. And it was a grand success. I still remember that. Today, this conclave is a very meaningful for our nation, not only for the Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways, but the country, Bharat. Today, I am delighted that the week, journalism with a human touch. What's a lovely word, no? Journalism with a human touch. That's mean like, we are for humanity. We are to create a society of human being, because man is a social animal. Without society, we cannot survive. The trust is very, very important ingredient. It's like a catalyst, It makes the peoples get united. So I believe with that most meaningful vision, you have started your chapter of journalism, and I'm really happy that you are organizing this conclave today. Here we have the kind presence of respected Sri Philip Matthewji, the editor of the week and Malayala Manorama, and respected Madam Srimati Bina Matthewji. Respected Sri Riyat Matthewji, Chief Associate Editor and Director, The Week. Respected Madhu Nayarji, the Chairman and Managing Director, Kochi Shipyard Limited. And we have respected B. Kasi Viswanathanji, the Chairman of Kochi Port Authority. Respected Madam Dibba S. Ayarji, Managing Director, Bijingam Port Limited, respected participant, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my student friends. I have a written speech. Please bear with me. I'm not good in reading, but I try to communicate you. Kerala's relationship with the sea is as old as history itself. From the ancient port of Muziris, which connected our shore to Rome, Greece, Arabia, and China, to the modern international ports that now anchor our economy. The waves of the Arabian Sea have carried not just trade, but also culture, knowledge, prosperity to this land. Last year, we conducted a very successful Maritime Conclave at Chennai, which brought together various important stakeholders and eminent minds to deliver upon vital aspects concerning our maritime sector. Carrying forward the thought expressed and ideas shared on various forums, including the first editions of the Week Maritime Conclave at Chennai, we have taken decisive steps towards achieving the vision laid out by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Coupled with the vision of making India a Vikasit Bharat and Atmanirbhar Bharat, a $30 trillion economy, we also wish to make India a global maritime superpower by 2047. For reforms to be initiated, you need a vision. The previous dispensation sadly had no vision for the maritime sector also. It once again required the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister to create a grand vision for reviving our maritime sector, for restoring our maritime sector to the glory it had witnessed over 5,000 years ago as the leading maritime nations of the world. From no vision of the UPA regime, our Prime Minister gave us two grand visions: the Maritime India Vision 2030, the Amritkal Maritime Vision 2047. Under the Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047, aligned with Blue Economy principles, which lays a long-term roadmap to transform India's maritime sector, investment in the sector is being scaled up to rupees 80 lakhs crore. Millions of employment would be generated as a result of far-reaching developmental outcome of this vision. Laws in the form of updated, globally aligned, business-friendly, forward-looking legislations are the foundations of any aspirational economy. With the spirit, after extensive stakeholder consultation, discussion, and deliberation, and in the spirit of cooperative federalism, we recently enacted 5 landmark legislation forever altering maritime landscape of the nation, establishing a strong, business, environment-friendly, globally aligned legislative framework. Friends, financial reform should also go hand in hand with legislative reforms for holistic growth of any sector. DGA, Union budget provided a strong impetus for the faster growth of our maritime sector by way of several path-breaking budget announcements. Never in the history of Union budget has so much support been given to the maritime sector. Maritime Development Fund with a corpus of rupees 25,000 crores, the new shipbuilding financial assistance policy, capability and capacity development in shipping sector, extension of tonnage tax scheme to inland vessels, extension of basic custom duty exemption on import material for shipbuilding and shipbreaking, conferring infrastructure status to large ship, facilitations of shipbuilding cluster. This transformative announcement contained the thrust to propel our maritime sector to a new height. These are very soon going to get formal approval, laying out a comprehensive ecosystem for setting up of a robust and vibrant shipping sector in our nation. Friends, our Honorable Prime Minister launched the flagship Sagarmala program for comprehensive development of our ports, coastal and inland waterways sector in 2015. Currently, there are about 840 projects worth an investment of around rupees 5.8 lakhs crore for implementation under the Sagarmala program of the Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways by 2035. 272 projects worth rupees 1.41 lakhs crore have already been completed. 217 projects worth rupees 1.65 lakhs crores are under implementation. Work for building the largest port of the nation and also one of the top 10 container ports of the world, Vadhavan Port, is progressing smoothly. Once completed, this rupees 76,000 crores project and a new township adjoining the port will have the capacity to generate 12 lakhs new employment opportunities. The investment made by the country in the port sector since 2014 on improvement of port infrastructure, modernization and mechanization has started yielding amazing results. Indian ports turnaround time of 0.9 days today is better than advanced maritime nations such as USA, Australia, Belgium, Canada, Germany, Singapore, and many others. Today, 9 of our ports rank in the top 100 ports of the world. We initiate various reforms to ensure that a large chunk of India's cargo moves by inland and coastal waterways as green mode of transport as the world looks at ways to reduce carbon emission. As a result, during the last 10 years, the cargo movement by inland waterways has increased by over 7 times. Let me cite out the figure. In 2014, it was limited to 18 million metric ton per annum, the cargo handling capacity in inland waterways. Now it went up to, in the last 11 years, 146 million metric ton per annum. That is the massive growth, and even by over 150% in coastal waterways. We have framed the Harit Sagar guideline to promote green shipping, developing methanol and green hydrogen plant at major ports, bunkering of green fuel at major ports, and green corridors between ports. The commissioning of the 1 megawatt module of green hydrogen plant by Dindal Port Authority, Kandla, in July this year, within just 4 months of the foundation stone laying of 10 megawatt plant by Honorable Prime Minister, reflect a new benchmark for implementation in India's green hydrogen ecosystem. VOC Port Tuticorin has also started production of green hydrogen, and a green methanol bunkering and refueling facility is being built. Aligned with the proposed coastal green shipping corridor between Kandla and Tuticorin, the initiative is expected to position VOC Port as a key green bunkering hub in South India. The Hong Kong Convention for Safe and Environmentally Sound Recycling of Ship has come into force in June 2025, and India is a party to the convention. Our ship recycling yards at Alang in Gujarat have upgraded their facility to comply with the convention and are in a strong position to become a preferred destination for global fleet owners to recycle ships in an environmentally sound manner. The investment requirement in our maritime sector will run into several lakhs of crores in the coming years. Thus, for investors, innovators, and global partners, India offers an unmatched combination: strategic location, robust policies, skilled manpower, and growing demand. Kerala, with its rich maritime heritage and vibrant coastal communities, is uniquely positioned to lead India's blue economy vision. Today, when we look at Kerala's maritime achievement, we see a legacy of both tradition and transformation. Vizhinjam International Seaport in Thiruvananthapuram, India's first fully automated transshipment port, has successfully handled more than 10.63 lakhs TEUs and berthed more than 483 ships since it became operational last July. Special thanks to the managing director sitting here, Dibbaji. Because of their team dedicated effort, this has come into true. This is a shining example of the huge potential which Kerala possesses. Kerala has given India some of its finest seafarers, shipbuilders, and maritime professionals. Kochi shipyard, one of the largest and most professional shipyards in the country, has built vessels that sail across the globe, from tankers and passenger ships to India's first indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Bikram, a shining symbol of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Please clap. Madhu Nair ji kahan chale gaye? He is the managing director, chairman. Under his leadership, whole team is working day and night with dedication and devotion and full of their commitment. New international collaborations are being undertaken by CSL for shipbuilding and ship repair, which will result in huge investment and creation of thousands of new employment opportunities very soon. The Kochi port, with its modern container transshipment terminal at Ballarpadam, is a hub of trade connecting India to global market. We are coming up with plans for further expansion of Kochi port very soon. We are now planning outer harbor to be developed in this particular distinct port. So planning is on, and this chairman sitting here is also working day and night to suck out a proper plant. Equally remarkable is the growth of Kerala ports, whether they be Kollam, Jaipur, or Ajikal ports. They all have immense potential for growth. Together, these facilities are making Kerala a true maritime gateway of India. Under the flagship initiative of Sagarmala, 54 projects worth around rupees 24,000 crores have been taken up for implementation in the state of Kerala, of which 20 projects worth more than 5,300 crores have been completed, and 34 projects worth around rupees 18,600 crores are under implementation. This included fishing harbour project at Kannur, Thrissur, and modernization of fishing harbour at Kochi, which benefit thousands of fishermen of Kerala. Kochi is home to the country's water metro and the largest integrated water transport initiative in Asia, transporting thousands of passengers every day. Kochi Shipyard Limited has already delivered 20 out of 23 electric hybrid vessels for the first phase of the project. Upon full operation, it will link Kochi's 10 island communities to the mainland using a fleet of 78 vessels across 38 terminals and 16 roads covering 76 kilometers. National Waterways 3 in Kerala holds immense potential for cargo as well as cruise tourism. Inland Waterways Authority of India is constructing a navigation lock at Trikona, Puja, at a cost of rupees 76 crores, which will be completed next year. This will facilitate seamless movement of large inland vessels between Kochi and Kollam. The International Cruise Terminal at Kochi Port handle 105 cruise vessels and welcome 1,39,781 cruise passengers during the last 3 years. Kerala, known for its excellent tourism initiative, can tap into the fast-growing cruise tourism sector too. We are planning to upgrade the existing cruise terminal at Kochi port to make it a global and ultra-modern cruise terminal very soon for Kerala. The fourth edition of the flagship global event of this ministry is being organized as the India Maritime Week 2025 at Mumbai from 27 October till 31st October this year. It is already attracting enhanced global participation and remarkable new business interest in our maritime sector. I invite all the stakeholders from the shipping, port, and allied sector to wholeheartedly participate in IMW 2025 and benefit from the vast scope of connection and collaboration. I also urge upon all our maritime stakeholders to focus your attention on the global challenges which our nation will need to face during our journey for global maritime leadership. Beginning from geopolitical uncertainties concerning global supply chain management, IMO, decarbonization and green shipping target, technological disruption such as cybersecurity challenges to port, IT system, dependence on foreign shipping or financing, global seafarer welfare issues, blue economy and sustainability pressures. These are some issues which needs to be debated and deliberated upon seriously by all of you as important stakeholders in our maritime sector. A new, vibrant and modern era of maritime glory is finally blazing upon our nation, which will propel us on a voyage towards an Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat. I hope all the participants of this summit had 2 days invigorating and fruitful discussion. Let me once again thank the WIC and the Malayala Manorama Group for successfully organizing the second edition of the Maritime Summit at Kochi, Kerala. With these few words, I want to conclude, but before that, here we have the bright student present. And please stand up from your own chair. I want to see your beautiful faces, the smart faces, faces for the vision of the country. You are the bright future of our country. So whatever conclave, whatever assembly, whatever parliament discussing about this kind of issues concerning maritime sector, maritime voyage, maritime trade, maritime industry, maritime skill, maritime knowledge, maritime wisdom, all for your future. Believe me, we are trying to make your future bright and brighter because Maritime Omnical Vision 2047, it is meant for you. Because your age may be 21, 20. You just add another 25. Just try to imagine when India will introduce herself as the self-reliant nation, as the most developed nation in the world by 2047. So that way, we want to be the superpower in the maritime sector. To make India superpower, you will have to contribute. And that is why all kind of modern skill, modern knowledge, modern wisdom, modern technology, all kind of ingredient of power system, particularly the knowledge system, are being injected to you through the syllabus, through the curriculum, through the system of education, so that your personality become so powerful that you could govern the world. Can you make it possible? I'm asking you, my dearest friends, can you make it possible? Yes, sir. Yeah, this is the voice, This is the power must be generated out of your heart. So with this, I'm sincerely thankful to all the, respected stakeholders who have participated, who have made this particular 2 days event a grand success. And really, it is our integrated effort that can make ourselves strong and powerful. And Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in the last 11 years, in this particular sector, whatever effort he has given, whatever support he has given, whatever encouragement he has given, it is unique. Never before. If you make logically an assessment, you will discover the truth of happening. Up to 2014, what was the condition of this sector? How it was treated? Even the people didn't discuss this department at depth, isn't it? But now, wherever I go, I feel honored that people ask me about this sector, whether it is inland waterways, coastal shipping, ocean shipping, whether it is river cruise, coastal cruise, ocean cruise, whether it is maritime university, maritime skill centers. So this has become the demanding environment in the country. This is called ecosystem. Because people will have to question why, what, how. This question must come out of your mind, out of your heart. That is why Abdul Kalam Sahab, our most respected missile man, former President of India, the greatest nuclear scientist, what he remarked, he said that you will have to have the capacity of questioning why. That inquisitiveness must come out of your heart. That is the eagerness of knowing, learning. Without learning the world, it is impossible to develop your courage and wisdom. Impossible. So I believe you'll definitely make yourself determined, like Abdul Kalam said, that if you want to shine, you will have to burn like a sun. If you want to shine, you will have to burn like a sun. That means you will have to pay your full attention to your hard work and dedication. There is no shortcut to success. So if we want to be the champion, best of the best in the world, then we'll have to put our heart and soul, everything, with best of our sincerity, discipline, dedication, decency, then we could achieve the target. It is possible, humanly possible. So I believe my dearest student friend can make it into a reality of happening for the country, isn't it? पीछे आवाज दीजिए. You can do it, na? Yes, thank you. Jai Hind.
I request What an absolutely amazing moment for these young minds. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for making your way all the way to meet these wonderful children. Thank you, sir. Can we have a big hand, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The program still continues. We will be having a documentary and a special address. But first up, ladies and gentlemen, we have the vote of thanks by Sanjeev Burua, the Senior Assistant Editor, The Week. Please, everyone be seated. Thank you.
Honorable Minister Sarbananda Sonowal ji, Cochin Shipyard Limited CMD Madhu Nair ji, Cochin Port Chairman Kashi Vishwanath ji, Managing Director Vizhinjam Port, Vizhinjam International Seaport Divya S. Iyer Madam ji, Philip Matthews sir, Bina ma'am, and respected and distinguished delegates, moderators, panelists, dear students and other dignitaries. India's time is now and here. We are at a takeoff stage now, and one of the key engines of this growth is the maritime vertical. It is this domain that will fire up Indian ambitions. These last 2 days, albeit hectic, has opened up and underlined a host of possibilities. The week is indeed proud to helm this effort. But in this, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, under the very dynamic and strategic leadership of Sri Sarbananda Sonowal ji, has played a key and pivotal role. The week thanks the Honorable Minister and his ministry most profoundly. The week also offers its gratitude to the Cochin Shipyard Limited and Madhu Nair ji for a very proactive and supporting role. The week thanks the moderators and the panelists for their crucial collaboration and participation. Of course, no vote of thanks is ever complete without offering gratitude to the audience. So a big thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May the coming times be much more interesting than ever. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would now welcome Mr. Joe Thomas Karakatu to present his documentary. I request everyone to be seated. Thank you, Honorable Minister Sonowal ji, for being here today. It's been absolutely amazing. I request Joe Thomas Karakatu, an IIT Chennai professor who has tracked down the descendants of seafaring families from Kerala who sailed to China and from China to Kerala about 600 years ago. The documentary will be followed by a talk as well. Over to you.
So good evening to all of you. Let me begin by thanking the week for curating this conclave, also in a manner that includes this work of non-fiction research. In terms of laying out the temporal and spatial context, I'd just like to refer to the dignitary in the earlier session, where she mentioned Vasco da Gama's arrival at Kapad and a certain association with misery that followed, and then now that we are moving to prosperity. So I thought that I'll just take the thoughts from that and draw your attention to a period slightly earlier to that. So in terms of the temporal setting, we are looking at the 13th to 15th century, where China made several efforts at maritime outreach, reaching out to city-states like Kollam, Calicut, and Kochi, lastly. The film is basically a work of non-fiction that tries to look at the historical connections, the cultural connections, the physical artifacts that have survived, and most importantly, connections in human genealogy that have survived to this day. So without taking further time, and I'd be happy to handle the Q&A after the film is over, I'd now request the organizers to play the film. Thank you.
My name is Joe Thomas Karakat. I teach at IIT Madras. This is the story of my search. China once had a thriving commercial and cultural interaction with southern India, which peaked between the 12th and 15th century. At least three dynasties, the Song, Yuan, and Ming, promoted maritime links during that time. Kerala, my hometown, was also home to the Chinese in that distant past. As part of one of the expeditions sent by the Ming Emperor in the early 15th century, the emperor entrusted his general to confer a seal upon the ruler of Kochi. An enfi of a mountain in Kochi as Zhengguo Zhishan, the mountain which protects the country.
Kerala and Sri Lanka has a natural advantage of dividing the continent of Asia into two. So ships coming from the east, ships coming from the west, they meet each other, either in a Kerala port or in a Colombo or a Sri Lankan port. So naturally these places, whether the people there wanted it or not, has to become places of exchange. When they come from China, the winds take them sometimes around the Cape Common. Okay? So they end up in even in Calicut, and in rare cases even in Madai and Kannur. In Kerala, everybody talked about the Chinese nets, Chinese vessels, and this China chatti, and Chinese jars, and of course China patta, silk coming from China, as part of your part of your living. I mean, so you don't bother where China is. China could be next door, or it could be thousands of miles away. I mean, it doesn't matter, because Chinese goods are ensured to you by the buying and selling or kind of exchanges that is going on in towns like Calicut, Koilon, or Kochi.
The Yungla emperor even composed a proclamation that was inscribed on a stone tablet and carried to Kochi by his general. The voyages that brought the Chinese to Kerala also brought agricultural and fishing techniques that were commonly used in China. These fishing nets were similar to those used by fishermen in the coastal regions of Yunnan, and such fishing methods were learned from crew members from Yunnan when they made stopovers in Kollam and Kochi.
According to Chinese fishing nets, about 700 years old, 13-14 century.
ജോൺ ചേട്ടാ, ഞാനിത് പഠിക്കുന്ന അറിയാം. അതുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്കിതിൻ്റെ വയസ്സ് എല്ലാം തന്നെ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് അറിയാം. ഏത് വർഷം ചൈനയുടെ ഏത് സ്ഥലത്ത് നിന്ന് വന്നതെന്ന് അറിയാം. അതുകൊണ്ട് കഥയല്ലാണ്ട് അങ്കിളിന് എങ്ങനെ ഇതിനെപ്പറ്റി അങ്കിളുടെ ആൾക്കാർ കഥയൊന്നും പറയണ്ട.
ഇതുകൊണ്ട് നഷ്ടമില്ലാതെ ലാഭമൊന്നുമില്ല.
അല്ല, നഷ്ടവും ലാഭവും പറയാണ്ട്. ഇത് ചൈനയുടെ പേര് എങ്ങനെ?
China is making to Kubla Khan. You know Kubla Khan, very famous man, Eastman from China. You know Kubla Khan.
Kubla Khan ഒന്നും അല്ലെന്ന്, ഇത് വേറെ ഒരാളാണ്. ഇത്
മുമ്പ് പോർച്ചുഗീസ് പീപ്പിൾ അവിടെ ചെയ്യണ സമയത്ത് only for joking to design. പോർച്ചുഗീസ് അത് മുളയില് 3 മുളയായിരുന്നു. ഈ തുണി കെട്ടിട്ടാണ് അവർ കൃഷി ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങിയത്. അതുപോലെ വായിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ തൊട്ടപ്പുറത്ത് ഈ കൂബിലക്കാൻ നിൽക്കണേണ്. അപ്പൊ തന്നെ കൂബിലക്കാൻ ഉടനെ പോയിട്ട് നെറ്റ് ഉണ്ടാക്കണേ.
ഇത് ഉപയോഗിക്കുമ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ നെറ്റ് ഇവരുടെ നെറ്റ് തമ്മിലുള്ള ബെനിഫിറ്റ് തന്നെയാണ്. ഇവരുടെ നെറ്റ്
ഇത് മുമ്പ് കോട്ടൺ നെറ്റാണ് ചൈനക്കാരുടെ. ഇത് നമ്മുടെ കേരളക്കാർ വന്നപ്പോഴത്തേക്കാണ് ഈ പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക് നെറ്റ് വന്നത്. 6 മാസം കഴിഞ്ഞ് പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക് നെറ്റ്. മുമ്പ് കോട്ടൺ നെറ്റാണ്. കൂപ്പിളക്കാൻ മേക്ക് ചെയ്ത് കോട്ടൺ നെറ്റ്.
Not only did Kozhikode and the Ming court have intimate diplomatic relations, it was a more vital port on the Malabar coast than Kochi, which had only emerged in the late 14th century. The Malabar coast was a major source for pepper destined for the Chinese markets.
Calicut developed as a port only around in the early 13th century. And the Chinese started coming even before Ming. We have evidence of the Chinese coming. Because if you see Mahuan's narrative, the first visit of Shanghai in 1435. During his visit, along with him travelled some ambassadors of Calicut. In fact, some people had gone from Calicut to meet the emperor, and then on the way back, Shanghai came with that. That is recorded.
The Silk Street was one such place that took its name from Chinese trade in silk. Chinese chroniclers from early 15th century have recorded how local traders in Kozhikode could make calculations using their fingers and toes and clinch deals with secret hand clasps, a practice that lives on even today. It took 3 months to negotiate prices. That connection has almost been entirely wiped out, except for the signboard and the statue of the Chinese and Malayali trader at the end of the road.
Recently, we discovered some coins from the Calicut University, the manuscripts coins. 15 coins are there. They show that they are Chinese coin from later period. It is definite that they were spending a lot of time in Calicut because the northeast monsoon wind which used to bring them to Calicut would stop, and then the next reverse journey, the southwest monsoon will start about 6 months after that. So they have no way other than waiting for these favorable winds.
Incidentally, the port frequented by the Chinese in Kozhikode was Pandalayani Kollam. It was here where their ships docked during the monsoon months. The grandest of all fleets to have arrived on Kozhikode shores was that led by the famed Ming general Zheng He. He is believed to have landed in Kozhikode with a fleet of 28,000 men and roughly 300 ships.
Well, the Chinese settlement in and around Calicut, we have some evidence of that. The most important evidence we discovered was hordes of porcelain, from one small area in Pandalayani Kollam. So that was dug up from pits. So that clearly showed that they were either using it but these are the discards from the traded goods which broke and then they discarded it.
Pandalayani was ideal. It had a bay that could withstand the harsh winds. Small Chinese communities may have existed in Kozhikode during the time of Cheng He's voyages.
There is nothing in terms of people's human genealogy that survives here.
അത് നോക്കണം, ആരാ നോക്കിയിട്ടുള്ളത്? അതിൽ ജീൻസോ DNA ഒക്കെ ട്രൈ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കണം. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള എക്സ്പെരിമെൻ്റ് ഇവിടെ നടന്നിട്ടില്ലല്ലോ. ഉണ്ടാകാം, ചൈനീസ് കണക്ഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടാകും. എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ കുറേ കാലം കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ആയിട്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ വന്നു പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്നവരില്ലേ. ഐഡൻറ്റിഫയബിൾ ആയിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ ഒന്നും കാണാനില്ല. അവർ സ്ഥാപിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ടാബ്ലറ്റ് ഇതുവരെ കണ്ടുകിട്ടിയിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഇവിടെ മുസ്ലിംസ് ഇങ്ങനെ സെയിലേഴ്സായിട്ട് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ഇന്റർ മാരേജും സെറ്റിൽമെൻറ്റും ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടായിക്കാനുള്ള ധാരാളം സാധ്യതകളുണ്ട്.
Absolutely, there is no Chinese or Mongoloid features among local population for the reason that the Chinese were restricted from contacting the local people. They had strict discipline and they did not mix with the local people.
Somewhere lost in Kozhikode city was also a tablet inscription. It had been sent by the Ming Emperor. There were mosques from the time the Chinese visited Kozhikode. Being Muslim traders, they would have prayed at one of these places. Surely something had to survive. The compound beyond the walls of the mosque is the site for a school today. But this is believed to be the exact site in Kozhikode where a Chinese compound or guangchang is said to have existed.
There are facial features. അങ്ങനത്തെ ഫേഷ്യൽ ഫീച്ചേഴ്സ് ഒരു ടിപ്പിക്കൽ മലയാളി ലുക്ക് അല്ല. അതാണ് അതിൻ്റെ സത്യം. സംഗതി ശരിയാണ്. പലപ്പോഴും പലരും മലയാളി അല്ലാവുന്ന രീതിയിൽ തന്നെ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. ചിലപ്പം ബസ്സിലോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ലൈറ്ററോ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും പോകുന്നതാണെങ്കിൽ തന്നെ അവർക്ക് മലയാളികളുടെ തരത്തിൽ പെട്ടെന്ന് റെക്കഗ്നൈസ് ചെയ്യാറില്ല. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ചിലപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ മദറും ഇതേ സ്ട്രക്ചറാണ്, സെയിം ഇതാണ്. ചിലപ്പോൾ അവരുടെ മദറും അവരുടെ ഫോർ ഫാദേഴ്സും എല്ലാം ചിലപ്പോൾ ഇതേതായിരിക്കാം. ഒരു നേപ്പാളി ലുക്ക് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ചൈനീസ് ലുക്കും പലരും പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. പലപ്പോഴും പിന്നെ മലയാളികൾ കേൾക്കുമ്പോൾ കാണുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളങ്ങനെ കാണുന്നില്ലല്ലോ, മലയാളിയെ പോലത്തെ തോന്നുന്നില്ലല്ലോ എന്ന് ചോദിക്കും. ഞാനത് അങ്ങനൊന്നും പറയാനില്ല, പക്ഷെ ഞാൻ തങ്ങളെ ചിലപ്പോൾ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടില്ല. എൻ്റെ കുടുംബത്തിലെ പലരും ഇതേ ഇതാണ്. മലയാളികളും വ്യത്യസ്തമായൊരു വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് ചിലപ്പോൾ പണ്ടുള്ള ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ വന്നത് നൂറ്റാണ്ടുകൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് വന്ന് അവരുടെ പിന്തലമുറ അങ്ങനെ മാറി മാറി വന്നിട്ട് അതേ ഇതാകാം. ഇന്ത്യയിൽ രണ്ടാമത്തെ പള്ളിയാണ് ഈ ജമാഅത്ത് പള്ളി. ഇതിൻ്റെ ഇവിടെ അടുത്തുള്ള പാറപ്പള്ളിയില്ല, ജമാഅത്ത് പള്ളി, ഈ വലിയ പള്ളി. അത് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ തന്നെ രണ്ടാമത്തെ പള്ളി എന്നാണ്. ഫസ്റ്റ് പള്ളി കൊടുങ്ങല്ലൂർ ചേർമാപുരമാണ്. സെക്കൻഡ് മസ്ജിദാണിത് ഈ കൊല്ലം ജമാഅത്ത് പള്ളി. ഇവിടെ ഒരു ചീന പള്ളിയുണ്ട്, കുയിലാണ്ടിയിൽ ഒരു ചീന പള്ളിയുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ആ കാലത്ത് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ വ്യാപാര കേന്ദ്രം ഇതായതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ചൈനക്കാർ അവർ വന്ന മുസ്ലിങ്ങളായിരിക്കാം ഈ പള്ളി എടുപ്പിക്കുന്നത്. കാരണം മുസ്ലിങ്ങളല്ലാതെ മുസ്ലിം പള്ളി എടുക്കാൻ ചാൻസ് ഇല്ല. അങ്ങനെ ചീനം പള്ളി എന്നുള്ള പേരിൽ കുയിലാണ്ടിയിലും ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു 2 കിലോമീറ്റർ അപ്പുറം മറ്റൊരു പള്ളിയുണ്ട്, ചീനപ്പള്ളി തന്നെ, അതും തീരപ്രദേശത്ത് തന്നെ. സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും ചീനപ്പള്ളി എന്നുള്ള പേര് വന്നത് ചീനക്കാരാൽ നിർമ്മിക്കപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ടുള്ള ആയിരിക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ 4 കുടുംബങ്ങളാണ് കൊല്ലത്തെ ഭരണചക്രം നൂറ്റാണ്ടുകളായി മുമ്പ് തിരിച്ചറിയുന്നത്. ഒന്ന് കുട്ടുമുഖം, തെച്ചരാം വീട്, താഴത്തം വീട്, അരയമ്പലം എന്ന 4 കുടുംബങ്ങൾ. അപ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോഴുള്ള മാറ്റ സംവിധാനവും ഈ 4 കുടുംബങ്ങൾ ഓരോ ആകുന്നുണ്ട്. രണ്ട് ജനപ്രതിനിധികൾ, ജനങ്ങളാൽ തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കപ്പെടുന്ന 2 പേര്, 2 വഖഫ് ബോർഡ് പ്രതിനിധികൾ, കേരള വഖഫ് ബോർഡിൽ നിന്നും തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കപ്പെടുന്ന 2 പേര്, അങ്ങനെ 8 പേര് കൂടിയാണ് ഈ മഹലിൻ്റെ ഭരണം. ഈ മഹലിൽ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട 4 കുടുംബങ്ങളായിരുന്നു പണ്ടിവിടെ എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളും ചുമതലപ്പെട്ടത്. ഓരോ വിഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഒന്ന് ചീനക്കാരായിട്ടുള്ള വ്യാപാര ബന്ധത്തിന് നിയുക്തമായ കുടുംബം തറവാടുന്നതാണ്. അതുപോലെ നീതി നിർവ്വഹണം ഇങ്ങനെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ തച്ചരാമ്പള്ളി തറവാട്, ഇങ്ങനെ 4 തറവാടുകളായിരുന്നു ഉള്ളത്.
By the mid-15th century, Ming maritime voyages were discontinued.
അഡ്മിറൽ സയൻസ് ഇതിലാണ് പറയണത് കടലിലാണ് അയാൾ മരിച്ചതെന്ന്. കോഴിക്കോട് നിന്ന് അവസാനം മടങ്ങിപ്പോകുന്ന വഴിക്ക് കടലിൽ വെച്ചാണ് മരിച്ചതെന്ന്. പിന്നെ ഖബറുണ്ടാവേണ്ട യാതൊരു കാര്യമില്ലല്ലോ. അപ്പോൾ അവർ സാധാരണ സമ്പ്രദായം കടലിൽ വെച്ച് ഒരാൾ മരിച്ചാൽ ആ ഡെഡ് ബോഡി അതിൻ്റെ കർമ്മങ്ങളൊക്കെ ചെയ്തിട്ട് കടലിലേക്ക് എറിയുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്.
There is evidence of Kerala, people from Calicut having gone to China. In fact, there is a place, I believe it's near Kaifeng. It's a community called Gulimashi. Gulimashi, it's pronounced something else in Chinese. So, Gulimashi is a community of Muslims who are supposed to have come from Calicut. Their descendants are still there in that area.
Then the only way to solve or put together this puzzle of the human genealogy connection would be to locate the Gulima somehow in China.
Yeah, that will establish that people from here, particularly Muslims from here, went and settled in China.
If we are able to locate those who left Kerala and moved to China, will that fill up this gap that exists in the Kerala China?
Naturally, we have some evidence
to locate them, to find them.
Yeah.
Interestingly, the first giraffe to be seen in China is believed to have come from Zheng He's 4th visit to India, when he journeyed to Bengal and King Saifuddin presented a tribute to the emperor through his envoys in the year 1414. It was given to him by the ruler of Malindi in Africa. There are at least 27 references to envoys from Kozhikode being banqueted by the Ming court between 1405 and 1436.
到古里以后，他从古里第4次开始，他到呼伦木兹啊，那么他到东非，到肯尼亚，到这个索马里，就是这样，都是从古里再分头去天方啊，去这个就是这个麦加，然后去亚丁，是吧？都是从古里再走，所以他每次是要迁到古里，所以古里非常重要。
Zheng He was born as Ma He in Yunnan, southwest of China, in 1371. He began his 7 expeditions from 1405 to 1433 to gain power, recognition, and prosperity for the Ming dynasty. He was one of the most well-known and important explorers in the world. Travelers like Marco Polo and Ibn Battuta had all recorded the presence of Chinese ships and traders in Kerala. Zheng He's greatest ships were 400 feet long, while Vasco da Gama's were between 85 and 100 feet.
明朝的船当时一定是在世界的前列的。明朝的造船和航海的技术一定是走在世界前列。当时，因为伊本白图泰在元朝的末年已经说了，他从非洲，然后先到古里，然后从古里搭乘中国的船到中国来。伊本白图泰就是这样来的。所以在郑和的时代，尤其是国家的行为，就是说。是那个皇帝派遣的，对吧？是官方的，那么他的船就是一定是非常的庞大那么有一种说法是44丈长。44丈。那么宽就这个宽的话18丈，非常庞大的一个船。
Zheng He's largest ships were roughly half the size of these standard vessels today. Even compared to today's technologies, the Ming were much ahead of their times as far as shipbuilding and maritime outreach were concerned. At the height of Ming power in the 1420s, Yongle fleet had 400 warships and nearly 3,000 coastal warships. The pride of the Ming fleet were the 250 treasure ships, each of which could carry 500 men.
then we start painting. Rock painting. After we go to Rhino. Rhino, we need 3 months. 3 months, 1 week, we need 300 to one the power job. And after fitting job, we need 100. And electric job, we need 50. That means in the top stage, 300, 100, 450. Here the one way. And after launching, that means until delivery, we need 3 months.
Total how many months then?
4, 3. That means 12 months to 14 months.
他去古里，古里实际上是一个东西方这个交往的一个汇聚的地方，这一点明朝人非常清楚从元朝元代的时候那么古里人就已经到中国来了，都是16世纪以后这个郑和这个是15世纪初，对吧？郑和下西洋，那么16世纪以后，他的古里使臣的后代，他讲到他去重修那个 mosque， 就是清真寺那么他写了就是一个碑，有一个碑，这个碑上写的就是他是古里使臣的后代，现在没有找到他的后代，这个是明朝，对吧？是16世纪初，那么在现代没有，不知道了。这个后代他到什么地方？他姓葛，姓葛。
The only real option left to find the Kerala-China connection under these circumstances was to shift my journey to southern China in search of the Ma family. The Coolie Ma or Kozhikode's Ma family was the family whose Malayali ancestors came from Kerala and made China their home. This was during the Yuan dynasty, roughly around the 13th century.
我们的始祖是马利克，来苦力国饮食，不是中国人。到中国来第一代以后，是苦力国的饮食。苦力国饮食就讲那个什么靠印度的那个什么对，那个岛国的，那是这么回事。那是好多年了，那是几百年了，那是。我们现在是20多代了，现在。我是14代的了，下面就差不多20代，我是第。14，马利克怎么来的？是哪里啊？印度怎么的？以后后面就是续，以后呢就是来了一代代的始祖，就是始祖吧，一代代始祖还就一个，也2、4。
Mr. Ma Shun Kai, the 14th generation of the Kozhikode Ma family, still has a copy of the family genealogy. This has recorded their family tree meticulously from the time of their arrival. Written sometime during the Qing dynasty, roughly 18th-19th century, this was a treasure which was almost lost during the Cultural Revolution.
一代代下去就多了，这一个这两个四个8个就多了。你看。
The 11th and 12th generation Ma family was influential, particularly founding renowned business firms. It was the 12th generation that built a mosque in southern Guilin and later on a family tomb in the west where more than hundreds of their ancestors were buried. With the expansion of Guilin city, the tombs were moved, but further development of the city meant the tombs could not be protected. That is when a family reunion was planned to rebuild the tombs, and in 1993 the tombs were rebuilt based on contributions from all family members. All members from the 13th generation to the 16th visited the tombs to pay their respects. Ma Shun Kai, along with his brothers, updated the family genealogy.
现在是有我，还有我姐，就是亲的，有个在柳州，有个是不在了，大哥不在了，有个在武汉不在了，现在有个妹在扬州也不在了，现在我们还有2弟兄，一个姐。现在是
你们2个是老乡啊？
对，是老乡。他是我们祖宗那里的。
啊，就是真是从那里来的。
他祖宗那里也是那里。
那太好了，明天再来中国就来我家。啊，不要住旅店了，我们好方便的。我做的饭菜挺好吃的。今天晚上就在我这吃饭吗？你们2个？不没什么活动了吗？
对。
我
们看到了吧？对。不是麻烦。他就海边那个岛子上，跟你介绍好好吃的。
我告诉你，我都带着家人去。
应该是。
我们他弟弟的女儿啊，在加拿大，找个加拿大的。
你看到
带去。南宁医学院我有个外甥女，立超，就是那个什么2级教授。
看你那。中国有古语叫“老乡见老乡，两眼泪汪汪”，就表示感谢。他们是谁？印度现在 印度和中国是亚洲的两个大国，是吧？现在摩尼不是习近平去了摩迪接的啦，摩迪来习近平接的啦，应该是友好国家。
友好国家也挺好。印度
有
bien
点那个代表性的，你这个这样的说，是吧？应该是友好国家。
特别是你今天来了我们家，等于来到家里了。
谢谢你，谢谢。
I was leaving the Kozhikode Ma family home with the realization of a deeper connect that we shared. From how I see it, we were two Malayalis holding different passports. My journey in search of Kerala-China connections took me nearly 20,000 kilometers of travel by land, air and water. Still, the distance was a little less than half of what Zheng He covered during his voyages to Kerala and that part of the world.
ഇതൊക്കെ ബെർണാഡ് മാഷിൻ്റെ ബുക്കിലുണ്ട് ഐതിഹ്യം. ഇത് മേക്ക് ചെയ്ത് കുബ്ലക്കാനാണ്. അതെല്ലാം പഠിച്ചോട്ടോ. ഞാൻ പഠിപ്പിച്ച ബെർണാഡ് മാഷിൻ്റെ ബുക്ക് എടുത്തിട്ട് വന്നു. ഈ അട്ടി ബുക്കാണ്.
Thank you, Joe. That was absolutely wonderful. Can I have you on stage, please? Labor of love, this is. Thanks to all the students who made it back for this last bit. Thank you very much. Would you like to say something?
So thank you to all those who stayed back. And I'm sorry, it was getting stuck for reasons unknown to me, but I hope the larger thematic element of the film was conveyed in terms of how there was an important period of our history which in contemporary times we tend to sort of view China through a security-minded approach, which is a zero-sum kind of an approach. But there was a point in time between the 13th and 15th century where China made tremendous outreach to this part of the world. So you had, for some period of time, Kollam being an important destination. Subsequently, when the flooding of the Periyar River happens and silting of Muziris happens, you find that Kochi then emerges to be the next capital. So when you look at Chinese records, it also gives you a lot of insight into how Kerala society, Kerala economy was also evolving. So in their records, when you look at the Sung dynasty and Yuan dynasty records, you find that Kollam, Calicut to some extent become important. Subsequently, when you sort of reach the Ming dynasty, which was the biggest exemplifier of Chinese outreach to these parts of the world, you find that places like Kochi become important. Of course, their interest was for several reasons. They were interested in trade, particularly commodities like pepper, which were considered to be extremely precious commodities in the Chinese court. The fact that you had two competitors in this part of the world, the Zamorin in Kozhikode, who used to charge a duty on export of pepper, and also the Kochi rulers, who were more lenient as far as the terms of trade were concerned. And so the trade, the way it used to play out, it almost had this kind of ritual aura. So you had these big ships coming in, docking, and usually the Zamorin would send one of his representatives, a chitti, who would take account of what would be the stock on the Chinese ship. The Chinese representative, together with the chitti, would value each and every commodity based on the current market prices. So those who sort of go by the understanding that all of this eventually comes to an end because the Chinese were finding it difficult to manage the balance of trade, are slightly mistaken in the sense that at that point in time, it was more about market prices determining how trade used to be run. Why did all of this come to an end roughly by the middle of the 15th century? The reasons were several. One reason was that a lot of these missions were being sent under the leadership of eunuchs. So Zhang He, the famous Ming general that I had mentioned in the documentary, along with several other eunuchs, were coming on these giant ships in partnership with private traders so that they could fulfill some of the curiosity of court concubines. So there was this rivalry within the court wherein officials were not too keen on funding these kind of missions, which basically meant that the exchequer had to pay for such voyages to this part of the world. And eventually that became a reason why this trade comes down. The other reason was the Chinese began to face pressures at their northwestern borders when there were troubles from the Mongols, for example. And so they shifted their capital from places like Nanjing, they moved to places like Beijing, wherein the relevance of the shores became less and less important. So those were the reasons why this eventually sort of wanes. I think it's important that these micro-histories are discussed because we get a lot of insights even into our own society. Say, for example, the travel accounts of Ma Huan. Ma Huan was one of the travelers who came along with Zhang He in his 4th voyage. Zhang He made total of 7 voyages to this part of the world. So Ma Huan very beautifully describes, one, that while the Chinese were known to sort of describe other populations in Southeast Asia and elsewhere as barbarians, when they came to Kerala, they described Kerala society as being fairly structured. They felt that the Zamorin was a fair ruler. And those are the kind of descriptions we get, and they also have certain descriptions as to how the Zamorin, for example, would be succeeded by his sister's son, because his sister would be closer to him in blood compared to his own son. So we get some insights into how the origins of a matrilineal society are also discussed in Chinese sources. So I found those things very important, besides the fact that, items of our daily use, whether it is the China Wala, China Barani, China Chatti, and so on and so forth, we sort of take it for granted. But I think this period gives us a fascinating insight into what might have been the intercultural interactions at that point in time. Because normally, I mean, if you had heard one of the dignitaries mentioning about Vasco da Gama and his arrival, and she used the term misery associated with that, normally the later colonial period is associated with a certain understanding that there was settler colonialism, that there was some amount of extraction of resources, that people were being sort of, trade, for example, was being monopolized, as was the case with the Portuguese. But when you look at Chinese interaction from the 13th to 15th century, we don't find this kind of settler colonialism, we don't find this kind of extraction of resources. And the family that I located, the wonderful part was that, at least as part of traditional culture, they maintained the chapu. The chapu is a record of ancestry, which many Chinese families meticulously record. So while most of us might have heard about our grandparents and our forefathers by word of mouth, and maybe up to a couple of generations we might have some documentation, I think there they preserve these kind of ancestry records more systematically. And I think it's important, the fact that we have a maritime conclave, I think it's important to celebrate these connections also. Because imagine the period that we are looking at, right? Whether it was even before the Yuan dynasty, whether it was the Sung dynasty, you're looking at seafarers coming on ships, and how do they navigate? They used very rudimentary methods. So for example, they would fill a basin with seawater, basically water which is taken from the upwind side of a ship, and then place a magnetized needle, a fish-shaped needle, which would then move in the north-south direction and use it for navigation. In terms of identifying time, they would sort of divide the entire day into 10 units of 2.4 hours. So that is how they used to sort of manage. And while many of their maps did not have the accurate north, south, east, west kind of orientation, I think the description of places that they give, whether it is their entry to Kollam and subsequently how Calicut becomes important and how subsequently there is the flooding of the Muziris and Kochi becomes important and how there is a rivalry between Kochi and Calicut, I think all of those are very fascinating insights. And I thought that there was a very compelling visual element to it. So although I'm not a filmmaker, I thought that this is a story that has to be told primarily because there is a family in southern China. It took me 2 years to locate that family and a lot of travel back and forth. But I was super thrilled when I actually got to meet them and found that they were very happy that, you know, they proudly sort of discuss that entire neighborhood knows them as the Kozhikode Ma family. Guli stands for Kozhikode in Mandarin. So it's called as Guli's children because, you know, they are children from Kerala. And they are known as the Kozhikode Ma family, and they at least the 11th and 12th generation, they were quite successful. And this a gentleman whom I interviewed was from the 14th generation. And so I thought this had that compelling visual element which had to be told as a story. And I'm sorry for the stoppage in between, I don't know for what reason, but I hope the overall thematic sense was conveyed to you. And I thank you for your patience and for staying back. Yeah.
I would now like to call upon Namrata Ahuja, Chief of Bureau, The Week, New Delhi, to hand over a memento. Come to the end of the Conclave 2025. See you for edition 3, and I hope to be there as well. You'll have been a wonderful audience. Thanks to the cameramen, everyone on the lights and sound, hospitality partners, and of course, everyone from The Week and the Malayalam Manorama. Take care of yourself and see you soon. Bye-bye.